Well, a very good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Lords for the final day of this championship match. Final day of the season at home for Middlesex. You're watching the live enhanced stream in association with Daffabet from myself, Kevin Hand, and Tom Ford. Bringing this one, it promises to be an absolute belter of a final day. Middlesex all out for 165 last night. Made a very good start with Sam Robson hitting a runner ball 50. Very much on their mind was the match situation and the overheads on this final day. Well, the news of that is it looks as though we'll be in for very close to a full day, if not a full day itself. So 96 overs to be bowled today. 234 is the target for Gloucestershire, Tom. It should be difficult for them on this final day, but all the pressure is definitely on Middlesex with those Yorkshire and Sussex results.
It is indeed, and it was quite the chaotic day yesterday, wasn't it? We had the interruption on the bad light, the umpires went off, they came straight back on, and the players, it was certainly entertaining, but like you say, the situation has now ended up. Middlesex maybe would have hoped for a few more runs, but the situation is that they're going to need 10 wickets on this final day. Like you say, the pressure of Yorkshire and Sussex both getting their victories, the likes of Roland Jones are going to have to be on top form.
Yep, and he has been of late, hasn't he, the skipper? He's been in fine form with the ball. He'll need to be again today. I do think that what you touched on there, that chaotic nature of yesterday evening with the lights coming off, back on again, I don't think that helped matters. We can explore all that later, though. First of all, let's look back on those day 3 highlights. Oh, well, that might help make the mind up for Middlesex. Roland Jones goes straight through Price again. It's a 4th for the skipper. Edged along the floor, 2 slips in a gully, through 3rd it goes, but it was straight into the ground with an angle bat, and Zaffer's off the mark with a boundary. Oh, that's run away nicely off the back foot by Zaffer, who gets 4.
That's a lovely shot. Should race away to the boundary. It does. Beautifully played.
Probably in reaction to those first 2 balls. There we go again, a little bit of drift. He does get that one away. He gets to the pitch of it. And now a strangle. And there's the sweep. First aggressive shot from Zaffer to his fellow spinner.
And then try and whittle this lead down as much as possible.
Up in the air with that one. Heading against the spin with the drift. It was full enough for him to reach the pitch of it. Cut away fine. Late cut.
There is his 50. Well played to Zaffer Goa. 108 deliveries, 120 minutes.
Blast out the tail. Now that's short, and that's thumps for 6. Uppish on the drive from Actor, but he gets it through backward a point. Oh, now. Gone. Actor's out for 30, his 60th ball. Roland Jones has a 5 for 69. Got caught in a horrible position, Actor, to that one. Goes short. And it's away fine. That skies over the slips. Takes Zaffer into the 80s. It takes...
Oh, shot.
Wow. That was a flourish from Zaffer. Inside edge? Or no, he's gone. Zaffer's gone for 86. Lovely shot. First boundary of the second innings. Robson's on to 7-9 without loss. And now, hands on heads for some in the field. There was, and there you go. We said that the last one was a shot of an Opu. He's just watchfully getting the feel of it. I think it's fair to say he's got the feel of that one. And okay. First boundary. And he's got his first wicket. Stoneman departs for 7. Leg side. And put away. More runs here. Middlesex are indeed on the move this evening. Holden and Robson both look as though they've got their bit between their teeth. That's beautifully punched. Up the hill it goes all the way. A little further north. Robson gets that through. Mid-wicket may have got a fingertip to that. It's not enough to take the pace off though. And it's another boundary. Robson's on to 44. Holden strokes that again. Lovely shot. 4 more. Look at that for timing. Classic Sam Robson. There it is. Single. Moves Robson 250 from 53 balls. Raise the bat to that pavilion. That's how much. Away it goes fine with a reverse sweep. He likes playing spin. Goes again. Fielder goes with it as well, trying to predict. Edged and gone. 50 and out for Robson. 54th ball, nicked through. Actor into the attack and into the wickets, and a big one as well in Sam Robson. Well, I said he hits it hard. That's ripped through the covers for them to really feel in jeopardy in this game. So they've got to go after it like this. They've got to put the bit between their teeth and get going. And Max Holden's doing a wonderful job of that. It's another reverse sweep. That's why. Down the ground it goes. Gorgeous shot for 6. I mean, look at it go. Oh, wow. Don't put your hand in the way of that one, Actor. Oh, that's cleaved out to deep cover. A little bit of width. And it's played on, is it? From Higgins, little bottom edge. Oh, that was a nasty one. Dive. Hooked away by Deploy. They'll get back for a second. Deploy will have to hurry. Throw to the non-striker's end. That's close and he's gone. Bracey takes off the gloves, throws down the stumps. Deploy's got to go. Frustration for him. His toes. Deploy punches that one backward. Edged it and gone. Carey's goes for 13. It's a brilliant catch by Bracey. On 61. Oh, has he nicked it? He has. Holman departs for 1. 164 for 7. Middlesex's lead 232. Oh, now. Gone. Deploy's gone for 28. 164 for 8. Oh, a double and he's gone. Middlesex are 9 down. 164 for 9. 232 is the lead. And it's got to be time to open up, hasn't it, for Hellman Brooks tonight now? There it is. All done for the day. All done for the second innings, Middlesex. 165 all out. So there are the day 3 highlights. And, well, how much of a highlight there'll be remains to be seen. There was certainly a lot of conversation yesterday about whether Middlesex pull out just before stumps, maybe an hour this morning. All that taken out of their hands, sometimes that can be the best thing. We'll have to wait and see on that. Let's see what the view from the dressing room was, though, overnight.
Sam Robson, thanks for coming out to join us the end of day 3 here against Gloucestershire. Crazy last hour, which we'll talk about in a minute, but first and foremost, very well batted yourself, your 7th half century of the summer.
Yeah, thanks for that. Good to contribute and get a few. Would have been good to get a few more. The crazy wild last 40 minutes or whatever it was, which obviously disappointing. We would have liked to be further on than we are, and it's obviously opened it up a bit clearly. But yeah, look, I still think we're in a good position. The ball, it's moved around the whole game. I thought it was a good effort with the ball first innings, but I don't think we were at our tip-top best. So, you know, if we're at our best tomorrow and we bowl well, take our catches and whatever, I still think we're in a good position.
I'd agree. They need 234. It's proven all game long that it's a game for the seamers. You put it in the right areas, there's plenty of reward. Another fifer for Toby. He bowled exceptionally well today.
Yeah, he was outstanding. Just sort of plugged away on a good area, good length, and yeah, got the ball to move around off the seam, and yeah, he was a real handful whenever he was on, really. So yeah, that's promising for us tomorrow, as I said, and you know, even this afternoon, it's kept moving around enough. So yeah, we're going to have to be at our best tomorrow.
I guess there's even a bit of hope tomorrow that we could see some action from Luke and Josh De Cares. Zafar Gohar got a couple to bounce and move late on in the day. It was crazy scenes, as you say, but the one that got Brooker certainly bounced and came back at him.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of turn as well. Which again is promising. So yeah, there's not a heap more to say, really. I think we're just going to have to be at our very best. Would like to be further on than we are, but if we're at our best in the morning and through the day, with what we've seen the last couple of days, I think there's more than enough there. So we'll give it a crack.
I guess Yorkshire winning in 3 days and Sussex winning in 3 days, both results that they wrapped up by an innings today. Did that obviously give us a bit of focus on our own job today? You came out, batted aggressively from the top. We were going at over 6 and over. Obviously, we tried to keep that momentum up throughout the innings. Was that the real purpose there, just to drive the game on and get some runs on the board quickly?
Yeah, I think so. It's obviously a little bit tricky as well with the weather, and you know, we've lost a reasonable amount of time through the game, and when you sort of come on and off again and whatever. But yeah, definitely, I think, you know, we didn't have a plan to go too mad, but we wanted to put them under pressure, and we were able to do so. So yeah, it was pleasing, you know, for the most part. And then obviously the last 40 minutes, you know, it is what it is. It was disappointing, and it certainly wasn't what we wanted, but you know, 230 odd, if we bowl well tomorrow, I think we're a good chance.
Sam, you're absolutely right. You see it time and time again, sides trying to set a game up and it goes wrong. I suppose for us, at least we've got that lead of 234, and as you say, the seamers on song tomorrow, we should back ourselves.
Absolutely, yeah. Bowl well, take our catches, see how we go.
Here we go, Sam Robson speaking to us last night after his near runnable 50, Middlesex 165 all out. They've got a bit of work to do. They'd have liked a lot more than that, but a lot of time lost in this game, and the hosts trying to put their foot down yesterday evening. It went a little awry. So 234 is the target for Gloucestershire to win, which would spark huge celebrations in Yorkshire and Sussex. It would be very, very difficult for Middlesex in the next couple of weeks to make it up, but they do go to Sussex in the last round to some extent. We try and keep it in their own hands. But first things first, this morning's session, this first hour of the final day, a 10:30 start. Part of me yesterday, it did feel if Middlesex could get somewhere around 280 last night and then pull out and have a go at them at 10:30 this morning, would that be their best bet of picking up 10 wickets on this final day? 377 was the Middlesex first innings score. 309 for 9, the Gloucestershire reply. That was very much topped up by Zafar at the end. And the Middlesex 165 all out. So 235 should be a testing target in the final day of a game. It's all about the start, though, isn't it? Although saying that, there was a fair old collapse at the end of the Middlesex innings after a reasonable start. There's 3 slips for Toby Rowland-Jones this morning. He's got a backward point, a cover, a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket and a long leg. And the skipper, with 5 to his name in the match already, will be opening the bowling to Cameron Bancroft. And that is not a bad start at all. That's what Middlesex will want to see. Rowland-Jones at his best. He knows what he's got to do. He's done it so many times over the years. Get the basics right on that spot, just outside off stump from the pavilion end at Lord's. Let the little bit of a seam that there is on a Kookaburra do the rest alongside the slope. There's a little bit of grass left on this surface at the start of the match. Middlesex wanted that. They knew they needed a result in this game. Highly likely there will be one. Who will it be, though? Middlesex or Gloucestershire? So, Roland Jones, a fine run of form this season with the ball. Lovely delivery there, just outside off stump. Fair bet, Skip will be high up there for Player of the Season yet again for Middlesex. Player of the Season when Middlesex won the title in 2016. Sadly, the start of a run of injuries which denied both Middlesex and England for so long the abilities of a very, very good seam bowler. Angled in. He's on the spot every ball. He's setting the tempo here. Set the tempo, the two best bowlers at the start of the session. Will it be Higgins from the nursery end? They're the gun players for Middlesex. Of course, Helm and Brooks, outstanding bowlers as well. Should enjoy this surface here at Lord's. Should enjoy the challenge of this. Helm, a fantastic white ball bowler for Middlesex. Little leg side. Good take by Davies. Very good tumbling stop. Saves 4 there. Every run going to be so precious. Davies, his first full season replacing John Simpson. Behind the stumps. Simpson, Sussex, top of the pile. Yorkshire second. Where will Middlesex be this evening? It's a good first over from Roland Jones. He's right on the spot. The best ball. That first delivery. But he was there every ball but for that one down the leg side. A very good take that was by Davies. There's Henry Brooks handing over something to the skipper. He'll be into the attack soon enough. Who will that size be going for later this evening? Later this afternoon, indeed. Could happen very quickly one way or another, this. It'll certainly be a grim evening for whoever doesn't win this one. It's in the balance. You'd probably just favour the hosts at the moment. There's been enough in this pitch. How will this man go? He started at Middlesex, went to Gloucestershire. He's back again at Lord's. He's got a big job to do. He's bowling to Charlesworth. A little bit of wobble up the hill there, just nipped away off the surface and through to the gloves of the keeper. Two slips in place, gully, backward point, covering a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg. Gentle crowd in for this one so far this morning, whether it will pick up throughout the day. Three wickets in the first innings for Higgins. 20 with the bat. And then one of those to fall in the collapse last night. When they were trying to hit out, trying to push on, try and push that target up around 300. Gloucestershire bat out the day. They know they win the game, but batting out the day, not that easy. Middlesex 377 in the first innings. Oh, now that's close and it's gone. 0 for 1. Charlesworth doesn't get forwards. Higgins around the wicket. Middlesex have the first of the 10 they need on this final day. And it's Higgins against his former county. Furlong straight, and Charlesworth, he went nowhere. Trapped in his crease. And delight for Higgins. And Middlesex, just the start they needed. Put a little wobble into the Gloucestershire top order. Put a few nerves into that lineup. Ryan Higgins right on the money with his third ball. Charlesworth having left alone a couple of deliveries outside the off stump. And a full and straight one, and he just didn't move those feet. Smiles all round at the moment. There'll be a few nerves in there as well, though. Mark Stoneman with his hands in his pockets at the front. Leas Deploy as well. Smiles for he and Davies. It's a ponderous Stoneman, isn't it? But, well, there's the chat about it. They know what they need to do. Gloucestershire know what they need to do. 2:34 again. If they bat out the day, then they're going to be very, very close. The Ollie Price. Let's come out and join Bancroft in the middle. 3 balls to go this over. Price, who led the way in the first innings for Gloucestershire. He's got an almighty job to do again in this second dig. Met by Bancroft, and here's the replay of the dismissal. Yep. Didn't move. Right arm around Higgins. And pinned in front Charlesworth for that one. So, Price has to do it again for Gloucestershire. Managed 76 in the first innings. Zafar Gohar went better with 86 down the order. Actor as well with 30, topping things up. Oh wow, standing up, Davies. And the ball nips away down the slope. Should we say no replays? If you can go front on that again. 3 slips in place, a backward point. This ball, well, that one there, back down the slope was big, big trouble. You can see it was clattering right into middle stump, that one, hidden in line. It's the first runs of the chase. Gloucestershire off the mark with a single down to long leg. Have you got a replay of first ball for Price, please? Front on. No, the first ball that Price faced, the one after the wicket. What have they done with the scoreboard here? That's the second time they've done it. Slight problem on the scoreboard down the bottom. They've missed a dot ball. In between, 1 for 1 it is after 2 overs. I'm Kevin Hand, live enhanced stream here at Lords in association with Daffabet. Alongside me bringing you this final day, Dom Ford.
Thanks, Kev. Good morning, everyone. What a start for Middlesex. Intriguing and important final day here at Lords. And Ryan Higgins has set the tone. Roland Jones set the tone for the maiden to start. No doubt about that, LBW. Charlesworth trapped on the crease, kept a little bit low.
There's that sea movement down the slope. We saw it first ball of the match for Sam Robson, didn't we? When he was picked up for first baller in the game. Seeing Dale nipping one back through the gate down the slope, as Roland Jones will try to do here. It's 4 in the match now for Higgins, 5 in the match for Roland Jones. Higgins picking himself up in the foreground. These two have picked Middlesex up many times over the years.
Even though yesterday evening maybe didn't go quite as to plan as Middlesex would have hoped. Mentioned earlier, Kev, it removed that difficult decision that sometimes teams have to make of when to declare, how much time to give themselves. Okay, maybe they would have wanted 275, 300 of a lead to make things comfortable or more comfortable, but 234 to win on 4th innings is never going to be easy.
Stretching for that one. Price gets away for a single, just wide of Holden.
And this pitch has offered enough for the seamers throughout. Started to turn yesterday as well. Zaffa getting a couple of wickets late in the day. So there's going to be enough for the bowling attack for Middlesex. I would agree. I would say they're slight favourites going into the start of this day, and even more so now with that early wicket.
Single down to deep backward square. Yeah, I think undoubtedly they'd have loved to have had another 50, wouldn't they, on the board? 2 8s, 4 as a target. I think at that point you'd have made Middlesex pretty strong favourites. Anything over 300 would have been very, very difficult to chase on the final day. 234 certainly makes a game of it, but I just think Roland Jones, he's really in good form at the moment.
Yeah, and they've started really well. It's all about setting the tone on a big day like today. Not many better than this man, Roland Jones, to get things started, lead the way for his side. What is generally a younger side, Middlesex. A lot of players in their early to mid-20s. That experience of Roland Jones and Ryan Higgins. Important that they're on the top of their game today.
Bit of bounce there. Middlesex will very much enjoy seeing that on the final day. Really lifted through to the gloves of Davies, that one. Couple off Roland Jones is over. It's 3 for 1.
Yeah, that man, Price, Ollie Price, the first of the brothers in this 11, 76 in the first innings. Batted really nicely at number 3. He's going to have to do it again. Gloucestershire want to pick up a famous victory. Be an incredible turnaround for the visitors if they are to come away from Lords with a win. Dramatic collapse of 8 for 42 last night for Middlesex. In amongst the chaos of the light and the rain, we had a huge storm that would have certainly ended proceedings early, just slipped below us, and yeah, we weren't too sure what was going to go on up here, but it was certainly entertaining.
Brings that one back up the slope, Higgins. Purse of the lips. Something to ponder, certainly for the batters, if you're moving it back up the slope at Lords. If there is that seam movement, then a lot of doubt in the corridor of uncertainty for the right-hander in particular, but also, as we've seen, for Charles with the left-hander. Ball angled around. He just didn't get forward to it to begin with. Big step across there from Bancroft, and that's to try and negate that movement. He's played that a long way outside the off stump. He's got a long way forward. Fielded by Holden at mid-on, who is a left-hander. We see him as a trigger movement on any surface, any ground. He'll be forward and across. Really gets himself outside of the crease. Davies standing up for Price. The spot again. Higgins, Price, nowhere to go with that.
Yeah, it's a good move, I think, for Davies to go up to the stump straight away. Saw a lot in Gloucestershire's first innings. Price just taking a couple of steps down the track, getting himself into a stable position. Something that we often see batters at Lords, just trying to negate too much extravagant movement. Davies up to the stumps is going to keep Price in his crease.
Well, they did this to Higgins themselves, didn't they, Gloucestershire? Straight away in Higgins' innings, they were up to the stumps for him. Not allowing him to get out of the crease, knowing his game. Trying to pin him in front. Bowl at those pads. See how the feet are moving early in the innings. Davies drops back now. Standing alongside those 3 slips. Nicely done. It's got to nudge it around, haven't they, Gloucestershire? We're talking about the duration. Expect a full day today. There's all the concern about the overheads yesterday. A lot of time lost again, half a day on day 2. Middlesex scored their 377 in 93.2 overs. It's another well-run single to end the over. Bancroft moves to 3, keeps the strike, 6 for 1. Gloucestershire's 309 for 9 declared. Bailey not batting. Came in 88 overs. But that did include a fair old top-up at the bottom from Zafar Gohar. Mind you, his 86 was from 158 deliveries, Actor 30 from 60, so not stunning strike rates. Top of the Pav. Sunny morning up there. There you go, there's that inside edge challenged. Middlesex similarly then in their second innings. That 165 is off only 30 overs. The scoring rates have always been pretty good in this. Gloucestershire bat out the day they win. There's the top and the bottom of it. Even if they make it to tea, they're probably going to be close to winning, judging by the scoring rates in the match so far. That's why I think the match situation isn't bad for Middlesex, because they probably were factoring in they might lose a session today in their mind. You don't play for the weather, but there's a lot on this game now for Middlesex, with Yorkshire and Sussex winning. In the dressing room yesterday, they must have had to have a thought of how much time would be lost days 3 and 4, having lost so much on days 1 and 2. Ooh, that comes nicely back down the slope for Roland Jones and trickles away into the offside. Bancroft riding behind it. So yeah, if they, their mind again, I think they'd have loved 280 to bowl at as the minimum in this innings, and then equally they'd have had to have factored in trying to take this in a couple of sessions, the 10 wickets, I reckon.
Yeah, definitely. I think if that didn't happen last night, we might have seen Middlesex come back out this morning, and therefore less time in the day to bowl. Nicely left from Bancroft. Yeah, I think probably would have seen Middlesex come back out this morning and give it a thrash for an hour or so, and you know, in a long day of cricket that would still leave plenty of time, but you just don't know what's going to go on with the weather today, as it has been inconsistent the last few days. We seem pretty set fair. There's a scattered shower around in the afternoon around 3-4 o'clock, but you do have to have that mind on the weather, keeping an eye on it.
Oh, now that's an edge. Down to deep third it goes. Holman giving chase. Long chase and a good chase by Holman. Back for 3. He saves a run, but everything's precious here for Middlesex. Gloucestershire minds, Yorkshire and Sussex minds as well, counted down this 234. Get it down below 200. Get it down below 150. Down to double figures. Middlesex will have to be sharp about their work all the way around, and those chances, if and when they come, they have to take them. End of the 5th over, 9 for 1. Here at Lords, that 1 wicket to fall to Ryan Higgins-Charlesworth, LBW, for naught.
Yeah, lots of variables in play today. Oh, the weather is one of them. The movement, the ball and on the pitch is one of them. Those guys up there be hoping on for a famous Lords victory. Massive turnaround last night. Young Archie Bailey, 19-year-old, picking up a 4-fer. Bowled brilliantly last night. I thought Gloucestershire stuck to their plans well. They went for a lot of runs early on, but then they made the tactic. They set some slightly more defensive fields, kept some catches in, hid the ball really well, and that's what brought about the start of the tumble of wickets. Davies back up to the stumps now for Ryan Higgins.
That's a good ball. No ball calls. Goodness me, they were costly as well in the first innings for Higgins. A number of no balls that there were. 24 no balls, 2 byes, 15 leg byes, no wides in the first innings. 41 extras though of that 309 for 9 declared. You take that 41 off, then only just above what their target is in the second dig. Good again from Higgins. Bancroft getting across, but that hitting high up with the slope straightening, but probably just missing top of leg, you'd fancy. But yeah, they've gone Bancroft, Davies up for Bancroft and Price. They dropped Davies back in the end.
Bancroft we saw in the first innings, and we've seen it already today, takes a big step across the stumps, which could get him into a little bit of trouble.
That's a lovely ball and burst through the gloves of Davies. Now, there's hands on head for deploy at slip. I don't think that was an edge. No, beats the outside edge by a long way. It's the movement that's exciting the slips, though. Little Fuller and run away down to deep third. It's a short boundary down there. Will Middlesex have to think about that? Once the ball's through on the offside, then it's away. A short boundary as it is down to the mound and the tavern. That's run nicely, cleverly by Bancroft. At the moment, it's a 6-3 field with 3 slips in place. They've got mid-wicket plugged because he's bowling a straight line, Higgins. Cover's obviously blocked off as well. Will they have to think about perhaps putting back a deep third? At the moment, backward point is asking, should I be a deep gully at least? Wide shot, please, Bob. And they're going to rearrange it slightly. Cover's going to come a little closer, and there you go. Backward point drop into a deep gully. Protective measure. Just try and cover a couple of bases there. Backward point and that angled run down to deep third. Just a chance that he might be able to cut it off before it gets through. I think Josh DeCary's in there looking at his gate. Double teapot on for DeCary's, but that's pretty much usually his stance in the field. Oh, an inside edge. A no ball called as well. All happening out there at the moment. Higgins overstepping. He's going to have to get this right. It's going to be costly. Another 4 to the total in this over.
Just looked like it kept a little low. Inside edge would have saved Bancroft if it wasn't for the no ball.
A long way across again. Bat and pad together. Solid from Bancroft.
Yeah, I think the slight frustration for Middlesex, where they would have wanted a few more runs, is just so they could have set some really attacking fields today. If they had a lead of over 300, you can afford to bring in those extra catches, but with Gloucestershire just needing 217.
Now, big step across there. That's taken off middle stump by Bancroft. You're just waiting either for the inside edge to be beaten and an appeal for LBW. It may have even just slipped through because he's going so far across, but he gets a single to end the over. Gloucestershire 18 for 1.
Yeah, with Gloucestershire needing 216 to win now. After that single, Middlesex will just need to be a little more cautious with their fields. Need to keep an eye on defending their target as well as taking wickets. If they had a lead of over 300, they can afford to just throw those extra fielders in and around the bat. But it's been a competitive start from both sides here. Higgins striking early, putting Middlesex on top, but Cam Bancroft has started nicely. And the other thing as well, another variable to throw into the equation is the ball and the movement. We've seen this tinge of green on the pitch throughout the few days has offered plenty for the seamers. It's been a really good cricket wicket, enough for both bowling attack and batters. But it is a Kookaburra ball, and we've seen movement in the first 20 overs, but then it does die down a little bit, so Middlesex are going to need to make the most. Well, this is a new cherry.
It's perfectly on the spot for Roland Jones, just where he'll want to be. Won't be any shorter than that. Can we see front on that again, please, mate? 3 slips behind, everything's in play there. If it nips back down the slope, then the trajectory sometimes will be for a little bit of lower bounce as it goes down the slope, seaming. So LBW is in play on that length, even though on that one it would have passed over. And that one's run away for 4 off an edge. This is what we talked about, protecting the good ball with a deep third. Much shorter boundary with the bowling from the nursery end. That offside, but look at this one. Off the edge. Helm, one grab at it, but just out of reach. Even for the height of Helm in there. Robson at slip, deploy at second, Helm the third. Pretty much a fixture now. Protect the good ball with the deep third. At the moment, though, where do you take that fielder from? Deep backward square, one of the 6-3. One of the 3 on the onside. Lovely ball. But that'll be on Bancroft's mind, trying to play Roland Jones that way. Soft hands, angle bat. Get it away in that fashion. If it does fly off an edge, as that one did, then just hope it's out of reach of those 3, and it's 4 precious runs. If he does, they could drop that backward point almost to that kind of deep gully position. It's a conundrum for Middlesex to try and face. That's an outstanding ball again from the skipper. It's right on the money, right on the spot, and a word from Roland Jones for Bancroft. He's got it where he wants it to be this morning. It's coming out nicely for the skipper. That's crucial for Middlesex.
Yeah, it's a really good battle between bat and ball, this. One of the best bowlers in the county circuit, Toby Roland Jones, against former Australian Test opener, one of the best batters in the county circuit, Cameron Bancroft.
And there you go. Bounce as well on that. Through to the keeper. That will, again, just put a little bit of doubt. Look at Bancroft looking at that length there as he goes back down the track. That'll put a little bit of doubt into the batter's mind. That bounce for the final day here is going to be very, very useful for Middlesex. Certainly a little bit of seam out there as well. Obviously, there may well be a point where the spinners come into it as well, but it's the seamers first up. 22 for 1 it is.
Higgins again then. Davies up to the stumps.
No, it's not as deep. For Price, it doesn't appear. I think it was Bancroft on strike end of the previous over. They're just looking at that again now with Holden. Wide shot, please, mate. There he is. He was backward point. He's now gone more to that deep-ish gully. Not quite as deep as he was in the last over. Still 3 slips on the attack, Middlesex. And now look, there goes the change. Helm goes to gully. Holden goes to backward point, and that's what they've settled on. 2 slips a gully and a backward point rather than 3 slips in the deep gully. Lovely shots, and it gets through. Holden couldn't get there. Big chase on. Oh, and he's just got it back in. Another single saved. They run 3. Applause from Higgins for Holman. And that chase, a lovely shot from Price.
Yeah, Holman, that's twice now. He's had a chase on, saved the singles. Saved 2 runs himself in the field. The standards are going to need to be really high when defending a total. Everyone needs to be on their toes in the field.
Perfect again from Higgins, right on the top of off.
It was a lovely shot that from Price though, and again just shows that this is a good batting pitch. If batters can hit straight back down the ground with timing, just proves that this pitch is still good to bat on. Day 4, we did see some turn at the back end of day 3, and there is that little bit of seam movement.
Inside edge. Perhaps got outside the line of off as well. Let's watch for the little deflection. They didn't go up behind the stumps either. And bat and pad together, everything together, just outside the line. Perhaps also on that one.
That's where he needs to be careful, Bancroft. It's very much a part of his trigger movement, but that big front pad coming right across the stumps. If that one just jags back in a little more, Bancroft will be in trouble.
Can we have a look at that again under the over front on there? Nice little punch into the offside. I should have a look again now if you can. Let's have another little look. I was pretty sure it was inside edge first up, but just watch the bottom of the bat hitting the pad, but also just looking where does it strike. Oh, it's in line, yeah, inside edge onto that, but bat, pad, ball, everything together at once. Now that's going to be very close, and it's gone. He was on the move as he was hit, Bancroft. Higgins has his second, Middlesex his second. And a huge breakthrough to remove Bancroft. The ball before, 2 before was tight. That one looked absolutely stone dead. He's on the move as he struck. Watch that front pad. He hasn't got across as he has before. There you go, look. Hitting halfway up middle that. Good decision from the umpire. He thrust that pad forward saying, look, I'm outside the line. He wasn't. You can see the angle of that front pad. The foot was twisting in the ground as well. So the front pad was almost at 45 degrees as he was struck. Higgins, brilliant bowling. Persevered, probed, and prospered in the end. Bancroft's gone for 15. Gloucestershire 25 for 2.
There we go. We were literally just talking about that big front pad coming across the stumps. Bancroft had to be careful, and he got away with it a couple of deliveries ago, but not that time. Trapped on the crease. Trapped on the crease. Got himself into a horrible position. You look, his front foot really got outside the line, outside the stumps, but where that struck him, it was trapped dead in front. Really good bowling from Higgins. No hesitation from the umpire. Middlesex have made a great start. Bancroft was looking okay, getting some runs away, but 25 for 2. Middlesex are on top.
25 in the first innings for Bancroft, and he was bowled Roland Jones. 15 in the second LBW to Higgins. Both occasions. The slope, I'd suggest, playing its part. Roland Jones nipping one back in the first innings from the pavilion end. Higgins getting that to hold its line up the slope. So Miles Hammond is the new bat, but it's going to be Ollie Price to Roland Jones. That was the last ball of the 8th over. Oh, Roland Jones right up there again. Price driving it. It was full enough for him to feel as though he could get that pad forward, just stroke it back. Edge of your seat stuff at the moment, though. Roland Jones, he's in a brilliant run of form with the ball. Lovely again from the skipper. He's picked up 5 for 79 in the first innings. It's the 5th time in his last 9 innings that he's taken 5 wickets or more, Roland Jones. Oh, now. That nips back to beat the inside edge. Higgins has a couple of wickets, but Roland Jones is definitely in the game here. Look at that, over the top of middle. Don't think we can repeat what Toby just said, but you can imagine. Again, there's a chance when it comes down the slope like that it keeps a fraction lower, which would have had the stumps in play. But that one, good bounce. We've seen some really good bounce so far this morning on this final day. Middlesex would love it to be a little bit up and down. No sign of that at all, really. So the Kookaburra match at Headingley didn't bring much for Roland Jones. No wickets in that game, just runs aplenty. But 5 for 49 and 6 for 58 at Merchant Taylor School against Northamptonshire. And back in June at Grace Road, 4 for 63 and 5 for 76. You take the Headingley match, a pretty flat hybrid surface at Leeds, and a Kookaburra ball. You take that out of the equation, and it really is an incredible run since really that Derbyshire match at Lords here in June. 5 and 1 is wickets return in those innings. 4 and 5 at Grace Road. 5 and 6 at Merchant Taylor School against Northamptonshire, and 5 again here. How many will he get on this final day? Oh, he's gone full. Dug out by Price. End of the 9th over. 25 for 2 and a maiden for Roland Jones. His second of his 5 overs so far. None for 9.
Yeah, really good bowling partnership this. Roland Jones and Higgins. The captain just on the money. Not giving any runs away. Just the 9 runs from his 5 overs. And then that pressure that he's building is allowing Higgins to get involved in the wickets. Couple of LBWs. Miles Hammond, the new man, defends his first ball, but there's a lot of pressure now on Ollie Price again at number 3. Batted beautifully in the first innings. Was the glue that held that Gloucestershire innings together. In at 3, he's going to have to do it again. He's 23 years old, Ollie Price. That first innings of 76, perhaps his 5th score of 50 or more in first-class cricket this season. So it's been one of the main men for Gloucestershire so far. He's going to have to do it again.
Inside edge for Hammond. Rolls down the pad, but they are quite the pairing, Higgins and Roland Jones. I think it was ever quite intended that he'd be the opening bowler for Middlesex, but particularly with the Kookaburra ball, I think the feeling is if he's ever going to have a chance with the Kookaburra, it's at the start of an innings. That's a brilliant stop. Holdham is under pressure there, scrambling stop, picks himself up. They're not thinking about the single, no. Run for, it wasn't a misfield, just a deflection away. But that was hit pretty hard by Hammond. Holdham makes no mistake. There's no room for error. 209 more to win, so they've nearly got it below 200, but 2 wickets down. It's a good start for Middlesex. It's only that. Price with runs already in this match. Hammond, a familiar name to Middlesex over the years. So too Bracey in next. competitor. Wow, that's a big step across. He's almost flicked that off the exposed leg stump. Robbie White, the subfielder there, running around to collect. Josh De Carey's a little bit wider at long leg, but look at this. No, it's outside leg, isn't it, as he flicks at it, but big step across from Hammond. Look at where he's played that. I think it would have slipped past the leg stump with that angle around the wicket, which if Hammond continues to do that, well, two things. One, Higgins might come over the wicket, or two, Jack Davies will stand up, which is what he's doing for the last ball of the over. And that's a beautiful ball. And a no ball called again. 31 for 2. He'll take that if he gets a wicket with the last ball of the over now. But he's going to have to be just a little careful here with the overstepping. He's had a real problem with it in this match. That's very good from Davies behind the stump there. That could easily have got away. Keeper standing up, down the leg side it goes. The big step across from Hammond again. End of the 10th, 31 for 2.
Yeah, had a good game, Jack Davies. Runs with the bat. Highest first-class score. Was unlucky not to get to a century. But he's been good with the gloves as well. There was one drop early on in the first innings. Difficult chance, low to his left. But apart from that, he's been very tidy. First full season, played every single game for Middlesex this year, replacing John Simpson. It's not easy for a keeper, young keeper as well. The concentration that it takes. Behind the stumps with the gloves.
It's a very good shot that from Price. One of the shots of the morning. We saw one down the ground off Higgins that went for 3. Oh, Davies doing very well, scampering to keep that off the floor. Throw going big from Higgins there. Davies desperately trying to keep it up off the dirt. The return throw. Keep as much of the firmness in this kookaburra as you can. Helm just warming up that right shoulder, I should say. It's third slip. I doubt his arrival's particularly imminent, but it won't be far off. Now, chase on here. Carries will get there. Holdsom's just the single. Short boundary to the leg side. It'll be interesting to see what Roland Jones does, actually. They'll, I'm sure, discussed it as a management group with Tim Murtagh, the bowling coach, head coach Richard Johnson. Helm often gets the nursery end here at Lord's. Brooks is he best suited, the pavilion end, coming down the slope, trying to replicate what Roland Jones does. And that's run away, and again, it's a good ball. And a good ball cost runs down to the vacant deep third.
Yep. Plenty of runs flowing down to third in this innings already. It's well played from Hammond, soft hands. Instantly went down. It's a frustrating one, that, because to protect that boundary, you've got to take a fielder out from in the ring or add a slip. Backward point, but the runs are flowing down there as they have been throughout this 4 days. That's good from Roland Jones, back on the money, straight on the spot. Miles Hammond, 700 runs coming into this game. Scored 7 in the first innings before being caught by Tom Helm off the bowling of Roland Jones. Can Middlesex find one more breakthrough in the next few overs while this ball is still at its hardest? The other thing I noticed, just having to wander around on the pitch, there was a little bit of damp on the outfield, just from the amount of rain that we've had the last few days, and it's been cold as well, so a little bit of moisture on the grass, which, as the ball's running in the outfield, can impact the ball and affect any movement if it gets a little bit damp. Middlesex will want to keep this cherry as new as possible. End of the over. 38 for 2. Conditions looking lovely at the moment though at Lord's. Blue skies, some lighter, fluffier clouds around. Again, as has been the way throughout these 4 days, the clouds tend to roll in throughout the afternoon. Chance of a shower around 3 or 4 o'clock, but scattered showers, so fingers crossed we should get the full game in today. We should get a result either way. Middlesex striking early, 2 wickets.
Oh. Good start from Higgins. Past the edge, standing up again. Davies, he's been back and forth for Price. Standing up now, and Higgins just getting that to move away off the surface.
That's what it's been all game really, just enough movement. Too much movement, and actually often you can go way past the outside edge. But just that little bit of movement is what you want as a bowling lineup. Enough to move the ball off its original line, but not too much to go flying past the edge. Really good wicket. Produced by the ground staff here at Lord's, and it's going to play a big part in this final day. Exciting final day ahead. Gloucestershire moving on to 38. 196 to win, 8 wickets in hand. This morning's session is crucial.
It's a fraction low. Higgins has his hands over his face.
Sit front again, please, mate.
Not seen much. Keeping low at all on this surface. Been good pace, good bounce. And there, played off the toe end of the bat by Price. Middlesex will want to see a lot more of that. Look at that movement down the track again. No ball called once more. Target to win below 200 now. Shake of the head from Higgins. He knows what it means. He knows how costly it is. He's a wonderful competitor. He's an outstanding player for Middlesex. A real contributor time and time again, every match. Edged. And just short of third slip. They've moved, or just short of second coming to his right. They've moved third slip to gully. Deep point's gone back into the shadows. You can't see him. They're just out of shot below the floodlight on the left. The tavern stand. It's pulled away for a single. But yeah, you wonder, would a third slip have had a chance at that actually? But because runs are such a precious commodity now in this game, Middlesex having to think about run-saving positions like that deep backward point, and as a result pulling third slip to gully. But you wonder, would it have just carried to a third, staggered as the third slip would have been. Again, getting a long way outside the off stump, trying to take LBW out of the equation. End of the over, 41 for 2.
What's the discussion between those two? It's got to be just set yourself small targets. Very easy to get carried away when you can see 193 to win, but mature head of Ollie Price, only 23 years old, but a lot of maturity about his game, very composed.
An interesting move, this 6 overs for Roland Jones. It's what I would have done, put Brooks up at the pavilion end. It's a good start from Brooks. This is going to be crucial now. 50 minutes on the board already. Bowled in spells of 6 and 7 in the Gloucestershire first innings, so it'll be Roland Jones, but takes himself out after 6 here. Gives Brooks his go, gives him the chance while this ball's still pretty new. Short and cut away. No deep third in place. A little bit of width from Brooks. Price relishes it and punishes it as well.
Lovely shot from Price. A bit too wide from Henry Brooks. Lovely back foot cut behind point. Beautiful shot. 4 runs. Interesting, Brooks did get the wicket of Ollie Price in the first innings. Caught Lias Deploy at leg slip from the pavilion end here. At the moment, leg slip is not in play. It might be something that Roland Jones quickly implements.
So he's got to stay, Brooks, just on that line, on that length. Yeah, they moved to their tactics, their ploys, didn't they, in the first innings? Middlesex try and remove Price. Helm similarly, there was some short stuff from the nursery end. He's warming up hard at the moment, Helm, so he's not far. That'll be the next over. 2 for 25 Higgins has. But they've both been a threat so far, Roland Jones and Higgins. Change bowling here is crucial now. Not any ploys or tactics just yet from Middlesex. They'll just want to keep persisting on that off stump. Helm did it so very well in the first innings. He had a brilliant economy for the most part of his innings, and at the end he was asked to play a slightly different role. But yeah, of the 11 wickets that have fallen, bearing in mind there were 309 for 9 declared, Gloucestershire, of the 11 wickets that have fallen in the match, Higgins and Roland Jones have 10 between them, so Brooks the only other wicket to go in the game for a Middlesex bowler. Again, on the spot. If you're there, there's nowhere for the batters to go at the moment. Try and keep that run rate down as well. 3.5, that'll be a little bit too high as far as Middlesex is concerned, and I'm sure that will have been drummed into the change bowlers. When it comes your turn, you need to take wickets, but you also need to keep those runs down. Don't let them get away from you. Don't let them get on top. A bit of lifts there for Brooks. Bent his back perhaps a little last ball of the over, rode the bounce well. Price couldn't pierce that offside. Holman working away on it. He's got a little bit to do today, you'd imagine. The wrist spinner for Middlesex. 45 for 2 it is. The end of the 13th, and it is going to be Tom Helm to replace Higgins at the nursery end.
This game's got the feeling of ebbs and flows. I think with a smallish target, every time batting pair just builds a little partnership or gets some boundaries away, the game will just feel like it's swinging in Gloucestershire's favour. But then a wicket falls and comes right back into the favour of the hosts. Middlesex victory is pretty much vital. And Sussex and Yorkshire winning. This is the only game going on in Division 2 after both those games, and Derbyshire Northants game was finished yesterday as well.
Nice start. Right onto the spot, Helm. T20 cricket here at Lords for Middlesex. He's very much a nursery end bowler over the years. Seam bowler who can really take it away from a right-hander, bring it into a left-hander. So the nursery end, it's always felt made for him. Still the best spell that I saw of him was that 5:35, I think it was, at New Road many moons ago, and that ball was bouncing and moving away from the right-hander. Now that's a pick-up. That bounces and moves into the left-hander. It moves into the slot, and it's pulled for 6. Brings up the 50 for Gloucestershire. Hammond showing a little bit of intent for the visitors and for Sussex and Yorkshire.
Oh, what a shot from Miles Hammond. A bit too short and straight from Tom Helm, and short boundary to the leg side for the left-hander. That's a beautiful pickup. Passes 50 for Gloucestershire.
A little reminder if Helm needs it. Just keep on that top of off stump. Short boundary as it is to the leg side. If you go a little too straight from over the wicket, you're going to get worked. You're going to get clipped, and going shorter as well. Hammond had every faith that he'd be able to clear that short boundary. As a result, perhaps Helm's going to come around the wicket. Deep square is going to drop back as well. So 2 back on the onside now in the 6-3 field. 2 slips and a gully in place.
Table, Division 2 table currently set with Sussex 200 points, top of the league. That win that they secured yesterday. Yorkshire currently sitting in second on 179, and then Middlesex in third, not taking into consideration bonus points. They're currently 158.
First look at the right-hander for Helm. Right-handed, left-handed combination now. That'll mess somewhat with the 2 change bowlers as they enter the attack. Can one or other just settle in to a groove, pin one down at one end and start to get into a rhythm. It's there or thereabouts for Helmer, who wanted to beat the right-hander. It's challenging. With the surface, with the new ball, with the line on the length. 52 for 2.
Yeah, Price and Hammond have settled things nicely. Even start to this morning session, you'd say. Middlesex needed early wickets. They've got a couple. The big fish of Cameron Bancroft. Feel that Ollie Price is the other key wicket. Plenty of batting to come. James Bracey failed in the first innings. Captain Graham Van Buren. And Tom Price and Zafar Gohar. Nice area from Brooks. Just Hammond playing slightly across that one, nearly getting a leading edge, looking to play it through mid-wicket. Good area from Brooks. That ball just coming back down the slope away from the left-hander. Hammond almost playing across the line, looking to whip it through mid-wicket.
First look at the left-hander, that gets through. It's a good shot by Hammond, who's showing some real intent here. 19 from 18 now. So the right-handed, left-handed combination could be a problem here for the change bowlers. They just look to settle into their spells. Wasn't too wide at all. Not too full. There was just enough of it in both, and some real positive intent from Hammond. So they drop back that point, Middlesex. It's a brilliant stop. Helm at gully. Doing a favour for his bowling partner, Brooks. Big favour for his team. High five from deploy from him. A mental high five from Brooks as well. It's probably saved 4. 2 slips gully. That backward point just out of shot. So I thought to drop him back. Around the wicket. Tumbling stop. Oh, Cornwell. There's a sub-fielder, I think, at mid-wicket. It's crept onto the field at some point. Holman, the fielder who stepped off.
Bowling with good pace, Henry Brooks. I think round the wicket, it's the right approach to Miles Hammond. Slope going away from the left-hander. Brooks can just bring that ball back in. Slope moving the ball away, make it difficult. Find the outside edge. 2 slips in play, 1 gully. Deep square, dropping back now.
Little bit of width served up from around the wicket. Punished again by Hammonds. 23 from 22 for the Gloucestershire number 4. He's rattling his side along here at the moment. I think around the wicket probably is the right option here too. Hammond, as he said, Tom, but he's just going to have to make sure he's tight to the off stump if he does so. As soon as the left-hander sees it out of the hand with a little bit of width, and it's highly unlikely his off stump's going to be challenged. So he's got that freedom to put it away if so. Similarly, if it's right arm over, sliding across, but you've got to keep it tight at the moment. 60 for 2. Now, an over for Helm to look at Price here. A couple of deliveries against the right-hander at the end of his last over. Price comes down, prods away at the surface. Helm. This will be his real opportunity. Settled in nicely in the first innings with a great economy against right-handed pairing. 2 slips gully, backward point, cover and a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a long leg. The 6-3 fields. There for him just to keep going at the top of that off stump. There he hits again. Just leaves 6 there and over. Easier said than done, but Middlesex equally don't need to go hunting for wickets this morning. You need to get carried away, you don't need to panic, just stick to those basics. The basics are there, that run rate will be very hard to maintain at 3.9 for Gloucestershire. I think already early in the spell of these two, there's just a slight reminder that this could get away from them. So deep mid-wicket dropping back. And this 6-3 field a change. Does that mean there's some short stuff on the way? Nope. Maintains on the off stump. They get through for a single, just wide of mid-on. I think that single would have been there even had mid-wicket have stayed up. Holden may well have been a little bit straighter if mid-wicket was up, opening more of a gap there, but yeah, what the thinking was to drop back deep square. Now the left-hander. Hit him for 6 in his opening over. 23 from 22 is a real danger sign here for Middlesex. Roland Jones having a chat with Helm about the left-hander. Deep backward square and deep mid-wicket are just out of shot there. Everybody else lined up in a pretty orthodox position. Backward points a little deeper than usual. Around the wicket, Helm. I think they're going to have to accept that single. Out to Stoneman. Around the wicket, targeting the stumps. Forcing the batter to play. It's going to bring that single in more often than not. And a little closing of the face. Inside edge, anything at all. It's going to squirt away for runs with only mid-on in position. Saving the single on the onside. Back to the right-hander though. Deep square drops back as well. Right back onto the spot. Much better over. From Helm, wasn't much wrong with the first, but that 6, as I say, it was just an early reminder from Hammond. So Helm and Middlesex. But they're in this game to win it as well. They're not just here to make up the numbers in the scrap for Division 2 promotion. Now, it didn't quite get up from Helm. Just kept a fraction low, turned to the bat again. Again, that's something that Middlesex won't mind. Price has a look at the turn of his bat. It'll be Hammond to have the strike though. 62 for 2 after 16 here at Lords. The live enhanced stream from Middlesex County Cricket Club in association with Daffabet.
There's a situation. A couple of early wickets for Middlesex. LBW Ryan Higgins started really nicely. That first one of Charlesworth was absolutely plumb from around the wicket. And then Cameron Bancroft as well. Pretty dead straight. Since then, Hammond has come out with really good intent. Struggled in the first innings. It's a good ploy. It's not easy chasing down any target batting last on a pitch. If you just get a bit bogged down, you will have a good ball that eventually gets you out. A variable bounce in there as well. But Hammond's come out with good intent. Look to find the boundary. Get the scoreboard ticking.
It's a nice start from around the wicket. The line is going to be crucial here for Brooks. Can play with the length a little. From around the wicket, and as Hammond's shown already, any little bit of width, they'll go after it. If it's short as that one was, we saw it with Davies, we saw it with Stoneman in this match, getting underneath. A couple of hooks and pulls. So again, the length is something he can play with, but it is that line, it's got to be tight to that off stump, relentless. Leg side, just a single. Holman well set to collect on the angle. So back to the right-hander for Brooks. Both he and Helm have all the working parts, don't they? The height, the pace. Height is a problem on that. Angling in down the slope, but missing the top of leg, may well have slid down, even if it was a fraction fuller anyway.
Yeah, sliding down and a bit high. But there's that slope movement, natural movement again. Looks like this ball maybe has lost any movement through the air. But there's still a little bit off the surface, as there has been throughout the game, which will just keep the seamers interested.
There you go. That's the line, that's the length. You can just see. Just almost one-handed from Price in the end. He was stretching for a little bit. He wasn't sure. Front foot, watch where it goes. Yeah. Everything in play. Wasn't a long way forward to that. Any little bit of movement one way or the other and there could be trouble.
Yeah, just closing his bat face on that Price as he came down.
Again, line of length on that, okay. Price just happy to feel bat on ball, ride the bounce into the offside. Just the one over off the over, much better over from Brooks. There's been much wrong with what he's served up in the first few overs, just those couple of boundaries that Hammond's managed to get away. 63 for 2.
Few in the crowd enjoying day 4. There's plenty riding on this. We could be in for a really interesting day, this. 171 to win, 2 wickets down. It's just got a feeling that this could go right down to the wire one way or the other. Victory for Middlesex is vital. Victory for Gloucestershire would put them up into 4th. Victory for the visitors would put them middle of the table. Unlikely that they would be able to squeeze into a top 2 spot, but they could certainly battle for top 4. Leicestershire currently sitting in 4th on 142. But the Division 2 table in the middle is pretty tight, so Gloucestershire will want victory here. Obviously heading off to finals day as well. Confidence will be high for the visitors. Just dying on its way through. We haven't seen too much variable bounce. There's been good bounce in this surface, but there's been a couple today that have just kept a little bit low. Higgins got a few to skid through, hit the toe of the bat. There's been nothing that's scuttled along the floor as yet, but that one from Helm just dying on its way through to Jack Davis. Wonder how early they'll turn to spin as well. Started to turn last night, this surface, and with the off spin of Justin Carey's and leg spin of Luke Holman in the bowling lineup. It's good from Helm. Just relentlessly on the spot. He's been a little bit unlucky not to pick up a wicket in the first innings. It's consistent. Middlesex need their strike bowler to stand up. Again, that one not carrying through. Good take from Davis. Bounce just in front of the wicket keeper. Umpire just having a look at the landing zone of Tom Helm. There are some footmarks on this pitch on day 4, which could offer plenty for Luke Holman and Josh Carey's outside the left-handers off stump from the nursery end. Could encourage Luke Holman, the leg spinner, to get some turning back down the slope, land it in that rough, turn it into the left-hander. There's plenty of left-handers in this Gloucestershire batting lineup. James Bracian next. Zafar Gohar as well. That leg slip has gone into play now for Miles Hammond.
Much better over this from Helm. Settling into the spell now. As the change bowlers are allowed to, Hammond gave them both, Helm and Brooks, an early warning sign. If you're straight, I'm going to go after you, so early reminder as it was. Top of off stump. Stick to it. Try and bring that run rate straight back down to 3 at tops. Made no for Helm, really good one. And for 9 off his 3 now, and of the 9 runs. One of those scoring shots was a 6, so just 3 singles taken. Of the other 17 deliveries he's bowled, that's excellent from Helm. 63 for 2.
Yeah, backed up nicely. That Henry Brooks over before. Just getting into this spell now. The change bowlers. Keeping things tight. Build the dots, build the pressure. That will bring chances. Ollie Price again looking assured. 43 deliveries he's been out there for now. Very calm at the crease. The whole time he's been there. Across the first innings and now into the second innings as well. Just discussing some fielding plans. Ryan Higgins, closer play interview a couple of days ago, spoke about potential use of some funky fields, and we've seen a few field placements that have brought about wickets, and one of those is the leg slip. Tom Helm just moving from gully into that leg slip position. This is exactly the scenario that Henry Brooks dismissed Ollie Price in the first innings. Coming from the pavilion end slope, bringing the ball back into the right-hander, just clipped it to Lias Deploy at leg slip.
I was just about to say, the key thing is, with that offside field, only 4 on the offside, you're going to have to be very, very tight to the off stump. Slip, backward point, cover and a mid-off. There's nobody else on the offside. There's an awful lot of room there between slip and cover for backward point to have to cover. Basically, as soon, certainly an edge, beating that offside field, it's away for 4, and indeed any sort of drive in front of point the same. There you go. That's where he's got to be. He cannot leave that spot. The gully's there if it just slips down the slope and Price steps inside it. Again, it's a short boundary in the onside, so a straight line. You go a little bit too straight, then all of a sudden the clip quickly turns into a 4, but they've got a long leg and a deep square as well as the leg slip. Really asking for some serious, tight, metronomic bowling here from Brooks. Mid-wicket won't be able to cut that one off, so the deep square. Looks like Robbie White's on as a sub-fielder. Comes around to collect. Seen any of the action this year, Robbie White for Middlesex. Good to be out there on the field at Lords. Wicket keeper by trade, and well, he was the understudy for so long. It's John Simpson. Then emerged Crackland Davies. Again, different game for Hammonds. He's got an urgency about him. They were looking for 2, but just the single. Well done to Carey's. Coming around on the rope, making sure it was just 1. That's the angle. It holds just the single there if he goes a little bit too straight. Because the slope as well, it will naturally come back in, which makes a leg slip a threat, but again, it just means it's not got much room for error at all, Brooks.
Yeah, short mid-wicket was in place as well, so it's definitely the plan. Bring the ball back into the right-hander. Hope he chips one up, whether that be to that leg gully or short mid-wicket. Protection was out there, deep on the boundary.
Nice once more, and there's just that little bit of width that As Hammond happy getting into line, bringing that bat down. Thinking about the drives. That's about as wide as he can go around the wicket to the left-hander. Just the 3 off the over. Better again from Brooks, bringing his economy down to 4. That run rate strip just dropping down now below 3.5. Again, they'll want to get it down below 3, and I think that will be a job for these 2 bowlers, Brooks and Helm, to make sure your economy's good. 66 for 2.
Couple of interesting games going on in Division 1 and the race for the title. Somerset played Surrey, top 2 in Division 1 there. Somerset just been bowled out for 224 in their second innings, meaning Surrey required 221 to win that game. Somerset will be pushing. Looks like it's turning at Taunton. Jack Leach, Archie Vaughan, 6 wickets in the first innings. They'll be pushing for victory there to try and close the gap on Surrey, Division 1 leaders. Middlesex will be hoping victory today will close the gap on Division 2 leaders Sussex.
Edged and taken. Robson has the catch. Helm has the wicket. Middlesex have really tightened up with the change bowlers here. Put the squeeze on. Price driving a length ball. It wasn't there for the shot. Helm trying to get the ball to nip away from the right-hander with the slope. Puts it on the spot and gets the reward. Lovely delivery. Wasn't there really to be driving at Helm off that length. Punch at the back of the bat for Price. Disappointment for him. Absolute delight for Middlesex. Robson holds on. Middlesex have a 3rd wicket. It's taken them 1 hour and 20 minutes on this final morning to get through 3 of them. Just at the point that have been a little bit worried about this partnership starting to form. But Price, one of the big danger men from the first innings, has gone. Robson with the catch. Helm, the 3rd breakthrough. 66 for 3.
Yeah, deserved wicket. Last couple of overs from Helm and Brooks have been really tight. Tom Helm's been good throughout this game. Picks up his first of the match. Huge wicket as well. Like you say, Kev, just as the game started to feel like it was swinging back into Gloucestershire's favour, that partnership building nicely. Middlesex strike back. Just got a feeling that it's going to be like that throughout the day. James Bracey then. Second ball duck in the first innings. Took a load of dismissals with the gloves. Set the record for the most amount of dismissals for a Gloucestershire wicketkeeper in the county's history. With 7 in the first innings. Picked out a important run out of Jack Davies yesterday. But after failing with the bat in the first innings, he's got a big job to do for his side. Experienced player. But he's going to be up against Tom Helm, who's really starting to hit his straps. His rhythm is up.
$168 more runs. 7 wickets. I'll sit a little bit better, a little bit happier now, Middlesex. Still lots of work to do, though. Tail up a little bit now for Helm as well. Nice feeling, an edge through to slip. That means he's bowling in the right areas. Again, of those 9 runs he's conceded in 20 deliveries, one of them was a aggressive shot at Hammond off a ball, just a fraction short of a length, just a fraction too short, and picking him up to the short boundary for 6. So they're not getting him away at the moment. 2 left-handers to go at. 2 slips and a gully crouching down. Nice ball. Lift through to the keeper. Excitement in the field, chatter in the field. Sort of wicket does, but even just a little bit of bounce like that. The back of the wicket. They'll be putting as much as they can into the minds of the batters. steal from behind the stumps, but pitching outside the line of leg. Nothing doing from the bowler on that front. Backward points Josh de Carey's. He's warming up. Just mentioned 2 left-handers. What have you had? 4 from Helm now. 4 from Brooks. They'll get a few more with this Kookaburra ball while it's still relatively hard. Well stopped at backward point. Smiles at the moment for Middlesex. That wicket will have lifted the spirits out there in the middle. They'd have just started to get a little bit nervy at 66 for 2, 66 for 3. All of a sudden feels a lot better. Price a danger man in the first innings, as we said. He and Zafar Gohar top scoring, but yeah, this will lift them. If you are just joining the commentary on this final day, checking in for what should be a tense and thrilling finish here, then a reminder it is a Kookaburra round, so these Kookaburra balls, they tell us after about 10-15 overs, not much left in them for seamers. Experiment by the ECB to try and promote more consistent line and length from quicker bowlers. And that's what they're getting from Helm at the moment. 1 for 9 after 4. Wicket maiden from a Middlesex bowler. And this is how he picked up that wicket. Feet hadn't really moved on that one from Price. Hadn't got forward, hadn't got across, and it wasn't really there for the drive. So yeah, Kookaburra ball. You've got to work hard and fast as a seamer. 66 for 3.
That's a wonderful over from Tom Helm, wicket maiden. Reward for the consistency. Just pitching a little bit fuller this second innings, encouraging that drive. Wasn't really on a length. 4 Price 2 drive and flew to Sam Robson, who was in a second slip position.
Somebody move him. Can't see anything, but Hammond certainly pointed something.
I think it was there's a ground sheet just in front of the pavilion that looked like it's blown across into the eye line of the left-hander. He's happy with it there for now. I think the wind just picked up a gust as Henry Brooks was running in, which distracted Hammond.
Higgins in the foreground there was just about to run and move it, but Hammond said it's fine for now. Lovely ball from Brooks around the wicket. That's the angle you want. So slip and a gully for the left-hander. We saw that set up for Price, the right-hander, where they'd moved to an onside field, a leg-side field for the right-hander. But for the left-hander now, there's a deep backward point just out of your shot there. Slip and gully catching. Cover protecting, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. A little bit of both, protecting but also catching. There's also a deep square in shot and a long leg, which you won't see just below that Middlesex badge down there. There you go. That's where he wants to stay. One-handed drive from Hammond. Stay on the stumps at the moment from around the wickets down that off stump.
Yeah, there was pressure on Brooks and Helm to back up. Wonderful tight start from Ron and Jones and Higgins, and they both stood up really nicely. First couple of overs from both of them went for a few runs, but since then it's been really tight. Honed in and around that off stump. Helm with the deserved wicket, beating the bat. Things looking difficult for the batters out in the middle at the moment.
Good stop. Helm at gully. 2 slips in the gully for Bracey. Backward points up.
Yeah, the fielding's been good as well from Middlesex, which mentioned it earlier, but so vital when you're defending a target. Try and save every run possible. Sounds obvious, but we saw a couple of singles saved by Luke Holman, long chases down to the boundary. This game could come down to 1 or 2 runs, so anything you can save in the field plays a huge part.
channel. Channel's just a little bit wider for Brooks to Bracey. Hammond will be looking to score. A little bit of width like that. He's been in for 36 balls now, Bracey. A bit of a tempter there, just outside off stump, but again, they want that tight, forcing the batter to play. This Kookaburra ball is still relatively fresh, relatively hard. The seam part, we talk about the hardness of it, it's the seam as well. It doesn't have much of a seam compared to Duke's ball. Very different feel in the hand for the bowlers. A very different reaction off the surface. The batters can have some trust on a length like that, that one might hit something of a seam on a Kookaburra move. Obviously there's the slope in play here as well at Lords. Duke's ball hitting the slope at Lords on that length. Go anywhere. For all the quicks, plenty for the batters to think about. 8 balls now for Bracey. To get off the mark in either innings. And he remains on naught. He remains on a pair. Just a single off that Brooks over. Gloucestershire 63, 67 for 3.
Yeah, I think he's the key man now in this lineup for Gloucestershire. James Bracey, leading run scorer for the visitors in this Division 2 competition. 973 runs, 2 double centuries, 144 scored as well, averaging just shy of 75. Huge wicket to get him, second ball for a duck in the first innings. And the Middlesex bowlers have done well just to restrict him from getting off the mark, build that pressure, keep him on a pair. 207 was scored against Leicestershire, 207 not out, just at the end of August, a couple of weeks ago. So he's in good form. Still 167 to win, with Tom Helm and Henry Brooks bowling really nicely. Pressure is on. They've done well to restrict Miles Hammond as well. He got off to a really good start, Hammond. But just the last 10 or 12 balls or so, he's been starved for the strike. Not able to get too many away.
Mark Stoneman doing the fielding at mid-wicket. Something of the field that we saw for Brooks to Price, right arm over from the pavilion end, from Helm right arm around at the nursery end with that slope coming into the left-hander. There's the leg gully, deep backward square, mid-wicket. 3 catches there. 2 slips as well. Middlesex trying to bring the inside and the outside edge into play. Right on the spot again. He will not have liked to have been hit for that 6 in his opening over. Might just have done him a favour though. It's just one of those moments. He was only a fraction short. He was only a fraction straight. The aggressive Hammond deciding with the slope he was happy to take on the short boundary. If there was any need, any little jolt just to focus the mind, that would have been it. And he's been impeccable since then. 3 runs conceded now in 4.2 overs other than that 6. A bit fuller on this occasion, only as far as mid-off though. Tentatively forwards that one, Hammond. And that's what you should be to Helm, really. Height and pace, as mentioned for Brooks as well at the pavilion end. Clouded over for the first time today, sun just dipping behind a cloud. A bit more cloud cover coming in. There is the threat of showers later, but nothing too concerning. Over the threat of showers, there is of course the threat of bad light. You can see the chandeliers on in the writing room on the right of the pavilion, the committee rooms below the home dressing room on the left. Quite rightly the chandelier's off at the moment. Don't be giving the umpires any ideas. Bowler's bar not looking too busy today, to the right of that away dressing room, the right of the pavilion. The wicket helm to Hammond for this one, and much as we saw to Brooks as well, and a little bit of width, and Hammond's going to try and lean into it. He cashes in, gets his reward.
Yeah, first boundary for a few overs. That a lovely shot from Hammond, hitting that on the up, piercing the gap. Long chase on again. It was Luke Holman. This time, it's been busy in the field. The ball won the race on that occasion. That boundary will just ease the pressure a little bit on Gloucestershire. Helm and Brooks have done really well to tighten things up. It wasn't a bad ball from Helm, just a little bit of width.
Yeah, change of a line here, change of attack. Good leave, good ball. Just brings LBW more into play for Helm. Around the wicket to the left-hander with that slope, you're taking LBW out of the equation to some extent, unless it's a really full, fast delivery that almost knocks the bowler off their feet. The line's got to be perfect, really. So it just keeps something in Hammond's mind. Also looks at the wicket, but again, if you're slightly off, protection's not quite there. 71 for 3.
Henry Brooks again then. He's been disciplined with his line. Outside the off stump to the left-handers. He's going in at Bracey, who's still yet to get off the mark. Still on a pair.
That's a belter of a ball from Brooks. Oh, it's a lovely ball. There you go. That's the reason to bowl around the wicket. Forcing the batter, he's got to play at that. Any movement at all. And there's trouble. But even on the line and length alone, Bracey wary to get too far across and play around it. LBW's in play. Also too far across and you're chasing a ball that you perhaps don't need to. You're trying to play a line yourself as a batter. You're trying to line it up. Width on this occasion though, and it's punished. Did he put a little bit more into the following ball? Brooks slips it down outside off. It's another boundary for Gloucestershire. It's another 4 runs closer to that victory target. 159 more needed now. Again, we just said it, didn't we? If you're around the wicket to the right-hander, here at Lord's in particular, got to be careful on the width, because out of the hand, if they see it early, then they're going to go after it. Ball's going to have to do an awful lot to come back up the slope and get them in trouble, so they'll feel reasonably happy freeing up their hands as long as they've got the length outside off. A little too full again. The last one, it was the width as much as anything. This one, it was full and wide. Back-to-back boundaries for Gloucestershire. Brooks trying to probe on that off stump. With the ball before this one, it was the fullness. Bracey's first scoring shots as well. He's off the pair.
Yeah, that'll make him feel a lot better. Struggled that first 10 deliveries, but 2 lovely shots through the offside. First just a little wide from Brooks, and then just a little full. Bracey not missing out after a run of a few overs without a boundary. That's 3 in the last 2. Brooks now changing that line of attack, coming over the wicket. Deep point on the offside now.
Just be a single. Higgins with a side foot for Roland Jones. 80 for 3, so... Well, we talked about the 10:30 start this morning, and September's a little bit of dew out there, a little bit of moisture on the outfields. See it on the cars in the morning when you get up at 7, 8 o'clock September. The conditions are changing. Winter cometh, autumn's here already. 10:30 start, you're thinking there'll be a little bit of movement. Certainly with the Duke's ball, you're thinking there might be some swing, seam movement, any moisture out there at all. The Kookaburra's not quite the same, but crucially Middlesex do have those 3 early breakthroughs, 80 for 3, 154 more runs. Still a lot of runs. You put 2 on the board now, and Gloucestershire are in deep trouble. This wicket of Hammond, though, could be crucial. He scored at a good rate. Middlesex have slowed him down a little. He was going up better than a run a ball, well into his 20s. They brought him down to 31 from 44 now, and they brought that run rate below 3.5. They'll want that down at 3 tops, though. They really want to keep it tight. 9 off that Brooks over, number 26 off 6. And you wonder as well, with 20 minutes to go before lunch and 2 left-handers out there, after 6 overs, is it time to turn to spin? Maybe a bit of Josh de Carey's at the pavilion end, bowling with the slope, turning it away down the slope, away from the left-handers. But it looks like Toby Rowland-Jones might be warming up for one more blast before lunch at mid-on. Helms continue in the meantime with his 6th, 1 for 13, bowling really well. A couple of maidens in there. Solid start around the wicket again.
Yeah, I think look at spin might not be a bad option just for a couple of overs before lunch. You might see Rowland-Jones come back in from the pavilion ends. Maybe this is Tom Helm's 6th over now, so maybe this might be his last, depending on how it goes. He's bowling really well. Another wicket, and I'm sure he'll buy himself another over.
Chopped away. Just a little bit of width from Helm on that one. Something of a rarity. It's going to go for 4 as well. Double teapot from Helm. Just offer the chance for Bracey to chop down onto that one.
Yeah, that's a wonderful shot. It's not a bad delivery, just a tiny bit of width, but naturally that ball coming back into the left-hander. Bracey playing it late, cutting behind point. Lovely shot. He's been in good form as the wicket-keeper. He's moved on to 13 from 15. Took 10 balls to get off the mark. He's found 3 boundaries in the meantime.
Back on the spot. Ryan Higgins is warming up as well at Gully. So it could be, and it is going to be. You can see Rowland-Jones in the foreground there. It's going to be a return to the 2 main men. Start the session, finish the session. Yes, no. Quick settle on nose to Carey's runs in. Helm's done pretty much everything right here. Just that one ball has cost him in terms of his figures. When he just dropped 1 short early in his opening over, just dragged down from over the wicket to the left-hander. So Rowland-Jones picking himself up off the floor. I believe they call that a lazy angel. See if we can pick it up again in a moment.
Be some snow angels soon, I think, with the way that this temperature's going.
Got up and over the bounce and cuts hard for 4. Lovely shot from Bracey. Look at his strike rate now. 17 from 18. Helm just dropping a little short towards the end of his spell. Understandable. Again, it's only really that one shot early in, well, it was in his opening over that went for 6, but other than that, his figure's looking pretty good, his economy. He's grouped the ball well. Focus from the skipper in the foreground. Focus from Helm might be the last ball of his spell for now. Now, where's that gone? It was full from Helm, and Bracey liked the look of it. Inside edge, onto the toe, spinning around. Okay, the angle of it actually coming back in. It's just a good example of any other given ground. You'd think that's a nice wide half volley to go after for Bracey, but don't forget it's Lords. There's a slope. It's not just the angle of attack from the bowler, it's also the slope as well. 88 for 3. I reckon there'll be a few snow angels in a tavern tonight if Middlesex can pull this one off.
You just said snow angels, didn't you?
Here's the man who's doing the lazy angels. It's Toby Rowland-Jones. How's your Pilates? The Pilates man, yoga?
I've done a couple of Pilates classes. I actually quite like it. Yoga's definitely something I need to get into a little bit more. I like the mindfulness side of it and the stretching. What about you?
The lazy angels are the ones for me. For bowlers, fast bowlers in particular, I think the movement at that back is crucial. Rowland-Jones over the years been dogged by injuries. Pilates would be great for him. As it warmed him up for this spell. Let's go and do a few myself at lunch. See if we can pick it up on the camera next time he's down there doing it. Impingements in the shoulder he had over the years as well. Certainly the lazy angels are one of the key protections against that. Releasing the shoulder, opening it up. But he's looking in great form at the moment, but he's looking in great nick as well.
Bit of cloud cover rolling in as well, which I don't think Middlesex will mind too much. Doesn't look too threatening, those clouds, but it might just assist the seam bowlers a little bit more movement. Light clouds, no sign of rain or bad light at the moment. This game is hanging very nicely in the balance.
Bobbles through to Bracey. To Davies, sorry. Slipping down the slope. Required rate 2 and over. Rowland-Jones and Middlesex will be very keen at lunch to make sure that they come out after, even if a wicket hasn't fallen, it's tight. Barely going at 2s himself, Rowland-Jones. I can imagine we'll be back to he and Higo for a quick blast after lunch. Bumper to end the over and a maiden to return for Rowland-Jones. Number 16 off his 7, a third maiden. 88 for 3.
And one of the other games going on across the country at the moment, England under-19s playing against Ireland under-19s in a youth one-day match. England are bowling first, Ireland 77 for 6, but there's 3 Middlesex EPG Academy players featuring in that for England. Seb Morgan picked up the opening wicket for England, Sammy Singh and James Isbell as well. 3 Middlesex. Very exciting prospects. They've had good seasons in the academy, and hopefully we'll be seen playing for the senior team in situations like this. So congratulations to those guys and best of luck for those games against Ireland.
So to Carey's it is. A little bit of spin. It's not going to be Higgins who's warming up. And, they do here with the Roland Jones bowls through to lunch at the pavilion end. Maybe Higgins then starts after lunch at the pavilion. And de Carey's at the nursery if he can go well here in the next 10 minutes. 2 left-handers for the off-spinner. This is a crucial little passage. Nice start. Deep mid-wicket setback and a deep square. Slip backward point covering a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. That deep cover as well, protecting. It gets through. That's why the deep covers protect him. Couple taken. They can allow the single out to Holden. And out to deep square as well. Can't allow us the boundaries.
Yeah, I think it's a good move. Just to have a little look at the spin before lunch. Give these left-handers something else to think about. See if there's any turn there for Josh de Carey's.
Pace off on that one, real flight. Little tester from de Carey's. Find his length, find his line, find his flight, find his pace. It's allowed Bracey to get forward and ease it away for the single. First look at Hammond. A little bit too much width again, but the sweeper's there, just a single. Hammond forcing. Actually meant he'd only get one for it on this occasion, whereas Bracey got a couple earlier in the over out there. And struck it quite as well. Leg side from around the wicket. You're asking a lot for that ball to turn and straighten. Couple of leg buys, 6 off the over. Is the umpire going to signal? Yes, he is. And goes the leg in the end. Pushes that run rate back up over 3.5. They've got to try and get that down, Middlesex. The required rate's down to 2. Obviously the most important columns. 140 more to win, 7 wickets. 94 for 3, and yet again that man's going to shoulder the burden. It appears, although he's looking for his first wicket in this innings. Higgins has 2 of them to go. And now 6 in the match. Roland Jones has 5 in the match, but yet to get a scalp in the second dig.
Yeah, probably 2 more overs before the lunch break. 8 minutes to go. Might get 3 if they're quick about it, but can Middlesex just find one more wicket? We said this morning session would be crucial, and it's hard to say who's in front here. It's pretty even. Just 140 to win now. 3 wickets down. It's a key partnership.
Skirts for a single. That's where he wants to be, though.
If Middlesex can find one more wicket before lunch, they'll go in back to the dressing rooms. The happier of the 2 sides, definitely. If this remains 3 down at lunch, maybe say Gloucestershire would go in slightly the happier of the two sides. But day 4 pitch, 139 more runs to win, not easy to get, so set up for a really exciting second session.
So back over the wicket for Bracey. There's a little bit of width in that. Bracey following it. Indecision from Bracey. No need to follow that one at all. If he was going to go at it, he needed to go at it with the drive and go hard. It's better. Turn that strike around. Look at the run rate. It's below 2 and over now. It is. It's a reasonably even first session of the final day. This is a big partnership, big pairing. Van Buren's come, Price, Safa, who's shown what damage he can do. Actor Bailey and Singdale. Bailey didn't bat in the first innings, throw 9 for 9 declared. Full enough to be driving at, but it's Roland Jones. It's around the wicket, the slope in play, you're not quite sure what it's going to do. The Roland Jones can get one. Seen back up the slope, bring that inside edge into play. It was very much the inside of the bat on that drive. Everything behind that one. Both batters thinking about lunch at this stage, you'd have thought, as much for themselves, but also for Van Buren's come next. That 10 minutes before the break, you don't really want to expose your teammate. Coming out next to a burst before the interval. Get one more from De Carey's after this before lunch. I think there'll be time, unless De Carey's very quick to get another one from Roland Jones. He comes for that final ball, and it offers a little bit of width, but that's a very, very good stop in there from Mark Stoneman. He saved the boundary. Roland Jones done for 18 off 8, 96 for 3 with just the 2 off the over.
3 minutes to go, and until lunch, I think Gloucestershire will be happy to make this the last over. Middlesex might want to try and squeeze one more in. It's going to be a rapid over though from the off spinner. Can they find one more wicket to go into lunch with?
But a turn there for De Carey's.
Little tinkering of the field. Stoneman coming across from short mid wicket into the offside. Henry Brooks coming out from deep mid wicket into a short mid wicket, so packing the offside field. De Carey's is going to have to be outside off stump.
Allowing Bracey to rock back, comfortable single that one. Had as much of the ball in hand this year in the first 11 to care. He's forced his way into the side last year and forced Holman out, but it's been Holman in possession for the most part this year in all formats really. But especially in championship side. Very different task for the bowlers. Now he had him stretching there. There's his line. There's his length. There's the flight. Watch for the foot movement of Hammond on that. Got a wide open stance, didn't really get across to it. This one he gets back and he gets it through. Chase on here for deploy, they'll get a couple. .99 on the board. Hammond's 35. Putting things together nicely here, the partnership. So 33 for the fourth wicket, 66 for 3. He's feeling good for Middlesex. These two have got things ticking again. A dot ball to, we think, finish the session. There might be time for one more by the looks of it, and it looks as though there will be. Squeeze another one in. Can they make that breakthrough, Middlesex? Gloucestershire would love to be back in the pavilion right now, but Roland Jones rips off the sweater. Carries walks away to ponder the couple of overs he's had. The skipper is going to be in position and ready to go. Just thought that couple that they took towards the end of the over might have just been enough for Gloucestershire to get out of there.
Yeah, I reckon they've got that in by 5 seconds or so. The clock's just ticked to 12:30. This is a big moment in the game. If Middlesex can pick up a wicket in this over, go into lunch. Good opportunity here. 5 deliveries left in the session. Bracey would have been quite comfortable to walk off at the end of that over, but he's got to keep his concentration on, especially with Roland Jones coming in from the pavilion end. 99 for 3. It's been another entertaining session.
Run away for a single. Carries at deep point. That's 100 on the board. So 134 more. 7 wickets standing. 66 for 3. Middlesex was starting to look buoyed, a little bit more chirpy in the field. It'll be a little bit more nervy now. Change in the field. Around the wicket he comes to Hammond. Just one slip. Cover. Short extra cover. Shortish mid-wicket. Deep backward point, deep backward square and long leg. Everybody else on the single and Roland Jones right up there onto the off stump. Drive at me if you will. Only the one slip though. So there's nobody from slip all the way around to deep backward point. Says a little bit about Kookaburra ball. Middlesex looking for a wicket before the lunch, looking at that off stump. They've got close catches in front of the bat rather than behind. Now, he's gone a long way across there. Good take by Davies. Dot ball it is. Just clips the pad on the way through. Where's the impact on this? Oh, goodness me. That is a very, very good shout for Toby Roland Jones. Not given. And the other angle, you can see that's hit in line, but the other angle shows that was taking it off leg. Big call, not given. Umpire Harris at that end. Last ball before lunch on the final day. 100 for 3. Middlesex captain so close to the breakthrough. Change of field again. Slip and a leg gully. There's the deep mid-wicket, deep backward square. He's positioning it so carefully. Is it going to be the bumper though? Or will this be full and straight? Had to be full and straight. Bracey, Hammond would have fancied it. Singles taken to end the session. Pretty good session for Gloucestershire in the end. They got 3 figures on the board, 3 wickets down. 235 is their target, 101 for 3, 133 more to win. Pretty even Stevens, I'd feel at the moment, Dom.
Yeah, I agree. Gripping session. Started brilliantly for Middlesex. Couple of wickets for Ryan Higgins, and then good partnership here between Hammond and Bracey has just put Gloucestershire maybe just with their noses in front as we go into lunch. It's been good work from both sides. Middlesex have bowled well, toiled hard. Miles Hammond came out with good intent. We are set for a really fascinating second session of this game.
We certainly are. Tom Ford and myself, Kevin Ham, will be back after lunch to bring you the commentary of this with the stream team here at Lords in association with Daffabet. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to Lords. Umpires out to the middle, and here come the players. 234 is the target. 101 for 3, the situation as things stand, and Hammond and Bracey recovering this from 66 for 3. Look at those figures at the bottom. 3.5 the run rate, just under 2 required. Middlesex have got to get control of the run rate first. They've got to get it down to 2.5. They've got to dry this up. For Hammond and Bracey, they haven't particularly gone hunting wickets. I wouldn't say that it's aggressive field placings, leaking runs. They've bowled tight, they've both bowled economically, but got to get on top of these two. They'll have Roland Jones to start up at the pavilion end. You'd have thought after lunch, but it is going to be Josh DeCary's after the interval to bowl to the two left-handers. Over to the off-break bowler to bowl against the slope. It's not the skipper warming up in the covers, actually. It's Helm. Maybe he'll have a blast from the pavilion end. We'll see. Holman warming up at backward point as well. Plenty of plans, I'm sure, in the interval over lunch. Plotting how they're going to find, well, breaking this partnership first, but then setting about the 7 they need to win the match. Here's Josh DeCary's. Gentle push to deploy at mid-off. Slip, deep, backward. Well, no, slip and a backward point. Cover, short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep square. Deep cover as well. Protecting the boundary in the offside. 3 set back. 2 close catching. Drying up the runs has to be the start here. Forcing shot into the offside brings the single. That's fine. Asking them to force for 1. That's what DeCary's and Middlesex will want. Now, has he taken the edge? Davies thinks so. DeCary's did not appeal. He put his hands on his head, thinking he'd beaten the bat. Well, Davies and slip went up, but not DeCary's. Very good over from Josh DeCary's after lunch. 1 for 8 from 3 for him. Here's another look. Well, skipping a jump from the keeper. Nothing doing from the bowler. Nothing doing from the umpire, crucially. 102 for 3. Live stream here at Lords in association with Daffabet. I'm Kevin Hand. Alongside me this afternoon, Dom Ford.
Thanks, Kev. Good afternoon, everybody. What an afternoon session we are set up for as well. I think the general consensus is that maybe Gloucestershire just had their noses in front going into lunch. At 3 down, very even though. And 1 or 2 wickets early on, and Middlesex will feel that they can wrap up this game and get victory. Said 132 runs needed, which is not going to be easy on a day 4 pitch. It will be Tom Helm, bowled beautifully from the nursery end in the morning session. He's going to have a go from the pavilion.
Short and cut away. Every spell, every change now is crucial for Middlesex. Points table in Division 2. So tight. Yorkshire and Sussex pulling away at the moment with the win. Middlesex needing to tighten it up again. Their final home game before a couple of away games. And of course at this stage of the season you could be reliant on the weather as well.
Yeah, and there was some forecast of a few showers, and actually you can see some clouds just behind the pavilion there. I think there's been a shower that's slipped safely below us, thankfully. Sunny here at Lord's at the moment. There are some forecasted showers around this afternoon, but nothing too torrential, I don't think. So hopefully they skip past us. We can get a result in this game. It would be more of the same for these two, Bracey and Hammond. Started to build a nice partnership before lunch. It's Helm and Brooks. There was a little spell there where they were keeping things really tight. Helm got the wicket of Oliver Price. That was from the nursery end. But Bracey and Hammond just pushed things a little further into Gloucestershire's favour. Big first half an hour, this second session of the day.
Taken there, just a little short from Helm. Often used as the battering ramp. Asked to bump it in, see if there's a top edge. Got a wide shot, please, mate. A slip in a gully, but had a shot. It's a long leg as well as that deep square. It's a 5-4 fields. Have to keep it pretty straight because of the short boundary to the offside. You can see 5 tracks to the left of centre here at Lord's. That's where this match is being played, at the lower end of the square.
Yeah, I think the man that we saw fielding that one out in the deep a couple of deliveries ago, Luke Holman, will hope to get involved in this game. Haven't seen a lot of the leg spinner throughout, but I think on this day 4 surface, he's going to play a big part in this session. Middlesex will hope. They need to get him into the attack. We saw Josh Carey's open up from the nursery end. Maybe they'll rotate the spinners from the nursery. Allow the seamers to rotate from the pavilion end.
Runs that away. First boundary after lunch. And valuable runs for Gloucestershire here. As Tom said, a victory could take them up to 4th. Victory could very nearly send Yorkshire and Sussex into Division 1. It will be a tough job to overturn the points on the road in the next 2 weeks. One that they'll relish with the Duke's ball back in hand, but it's the Kookaburra here, and it's a change of ends for Toby Rowland-Jones, so that's what De Carey's over was for. Change of ends for the skipper. Brings LBW into play more against the 2 left-handers if he's bowling from the nursery end, and I wonder if that's the thought process. So when finished up at the pavilion end, De Carey's changes the end for Rowland-Jones. Helm goes to the pavilion. Rowland-Jones will run in from the pavilion end with the slope bringing it back into the left-hander. The angle will be across the left-hander, slip and gully, crouch down, but LBW in play. Nearly in play straight away. Hammond right in behind that one. That has to be the thinking, to have moved Rowland-Jones to the nursery end.
Yeah, I think you're right. Don't often see Toby Rowland-Jones come in from the nursery end. But yeah, with these 2 left-handers at the crease and Middlesex in need of a wicket. Just get that ball coming back down the slope. Try and strike Hammond and Bracey on the front pad. The best approach for Middlesex will be to rotate those seamers from one end. Give the spin options of Josh De Carey's and Luke Holman a go from the other. Day 4 pitch. We saw it start to turn for Zafar yesterday evening.
Searching for that one a little. Hammond to Holman it goes. He'll have a job to play. They're right. The wrist spinner. Leg break bowler, but at the moment with the 2 lefties, they Going to try and do it with the seamers.
I wonder if we'll see Hammond and Bracey just look to pick up that intent again. Currently scoring at just shy of 3.5 and over. I wonder if they'll look to up the ante at all. Again, there maybe less to play for than Middlesex right now, but they'll want victory. Famous victory this will be at Lords. Only the one 4-day win for Gloucestershire so far this season, that game against Northants right at the start of the season. And the way that they've turned this game around, they'll want to go away, leave Lords with a win under their belts. So they might also just have an eye on potential weather and whatever around, but still 125 to win, so they're not in a too comfortable of a position at the moment. 3 wickets down could very quickly become 4 or 5.
Nice looking shot back to Roland Jones, tried to deflect it onto the stumps. Middlesex will take a wicket any way they can get it. Right now, 125 more required, 109 for 3, nearly halfway there. Can Middlesex get halfway there themselves in the wickets column? When the bowling goes to the pavilion, mate, can you get this end to look at the back of the grandstand? Oh, good stop. Davies down the leg side as Roland Jones comes around the wicket to end the over. 32 bowls, 109 for 3.
Yeah, hopefully we get most of this game in, but there is the scheduled showers you can see there over the top. Dark clouds lingering, moving in. It looks like there might be a shower in there. Again, it's not just the rain, it's the bad light that's had its effect. The floodlights have been on most of this game. They've not been in use at all today, but that cloud just slowly moving in. Looks like it might clip us. Hopefully it slides below the pavilion.
So Roland Jones is going at 2s. Helm going at, well, only 4 and over. But for the most part, he's barely conceding a run. It was only at the end of his spell. At the start of his spell, he was picked up for 6 by Hammond. The opening over just dropped short from the nursery end with a short boundary to the leg side for the left-hander. It was only at the end of his spell. A couple of boundaries leaked away as well, but for the most part, it was a very metronomical spell from Helm. Edged and put down. Ryan Higgins got 2 hands to it. Apologies. Sam Robson got 2 hands to it. Well, usually such a safe pair of hands, Robson. Over his head. Makes it tough, just over his forehead. Got the hands up, so it was gone. Look, you can see his weight going backwards. Oh. Got 2 to it. He'll be disappointed. Nearly in front of his face, nearly in front of his nose. Went fast, but it was one that he really would have hoped to have held.
Yeah, first chance of the afternoon. It's a sort of game situation where you need to take every chance that's offered. And Middlesex have been really good in the field today. That's the first blemish, and Kev says Robson, usually a very safe pair of hands, has 2 catches in the game already. 11 in the season so far, usually standing at first slip. That one did go quickly at him above his head, but the high standards that he sets, he would have been disappointed. Unlucky for Helm as well. Not the best delivery of his spell so far, but he's bowled well in general. Got the reward, the wicket of price before lunch. Could have had a second. be a big moment in this game.
That's nice. Seeing a good length here around the wicket. Oh, it goes down the slope. Very, very good from Helm. Middlesex are going to need the best of their bowlers right now. 112 for 3, 122 more. Really need to put 2 on the board now. At 66 for 3, it was looking good. Partnership worth 46 currently for the 4th wicket. 33 bowled, 63 remain of the match. Plenty of time of the scheduled match remaining, weather permitting. Of course, so that run rate is pretty low. Middlesex want all the overs they can get to get these 7 wickets, but they've got to keep the runs down. Helm just going for 3 in that over. 112 for 3.
Yeah, time to step up. Toby Rowland-Jones, so often the man to do it for Middlesex throughout his long career with the club. Huge moment in this game, huge moment in this season now. Next half an hour. Can he produce something special? Often see on day 4 in the final innings of a match that things do happen really quickly. You'll get periods where batters get in, partnerships build, this one approaching 50, but then you often see wickets falling in clusters. Just need to stick to their plans, Middlesex. Just think 1 wicket here and they're right back in the game. Had 2 on the board and they're very much in front, you would think. All the while that required runs remaining is in 3 figures. It'll still feel quite far away for Gloucestershire.
Side. Had a very, very good shout before lunch at the other end, which umpire Harris turned down. Umpire Baldwin on this one, I think, has got this right. Let's watch where it pitches. Middlesex would undoubtedly have got, indeed, it's pitched in line. Middlesex would have gone upstairs. Was it pitched in line? Was it clipping top of leg? Probably umpire's call on both. One's come of the over, keeping it tight, as he absolutely has to. The skipper. It's a lovely looking clip, just wide of mid-on. Subfielder Robbie White giving chase, but away it goes. Bracey, he's on to 36. It's the 50 partnership as well.
That's a really beautiful shot, one of the most convincing of the day. James Bracey just on the pads, his bat down, beautiful timing and placement through mid-wicket. A really good partnership between this pair. Hammond very much came in and started with positive intent, but he's played a little bit second fiddle. James Bracey, 36 from 46 since arriving at the crease. 10 of those were dot balls before getting off the mark. This partnership is moving Gloucestershire into a favourable position. Still 118 to win though. On a pitch that's offered enough for the seamers throughout, Middlesex will still feel like they're very much in this game, especially if you just put 1 or 2 more wickets on the scoreboard now.
Lift from Helm there.
Nicely played, the back foot. A single for Miles Hammond onto 39. We've got to keep the energy up in the field, Middlesex. This game is far from over. They've gone through a lot of plans, I'm sure, during the lunch interval. Tim Murtagh, bowling coach, Richard Johnson, that bowling attack. Wonder if they should just throw the ball to Luke Holman, the leg spinner. It sometimes can be a risk. The leg spinners can go for a few runs, but they tend to make something happen. When the side is in need of wickets. Ryan Higgins as well bowled really well this morning. Picked up first 2 wickets at Bancroft and Charlesworth LBW. Might just be given a burst.
Scored, 117 needed. Middlesex need to add to that wicket column. Five bowled, just the single off the over from Helm. Good for him. He's had that one put down just after lunch. 117 for 3. Bowled well in this game. I felt Helm without luck. Certainly no luck with that drop chance.
Roland Jones again then. Man that means business. He's been in such good form with the red ball this season. 42 wickets in Division 2 this year. Middlesex need their captain to produce something special. Speaking of, maybe go to that shot from the side on again. Or on the wide if it looks good. Sure. Cool.
dot balls. I did say that was something Middlesex after lunch would be very keen to do, get that run rate below 3. Helm and Roland Jones doing a good job of that so far. Wouldn't be cricket if it was straightforward though, would it? Not for Middlesex trying to find the 10 wickets to win this game today. Equally for Gloucestershire to find another 117 runs. Shouldn't be straightforward, not with the bowling attack they're up against. Not with what's at stake. Of course the pressure can actually make it harder, of course, for the side striving so desperately for the win as Middlesex are. Metronome personified at the moment, Toby Roland Jones. He has been all season, really. There's one game he was rested before the game at Bristol, actually, on the hybrid, which is probably a mistake. Much as DeLanger bowled brilliantly that game, extracting bounce in that first innings that really put Middlesex to the sword. Came back here for the following game and looked a little bit rusty, Roland Jones, but other than that, all season been outstanding. Slip's just moved into short extra cover. That's Tom Helms. Just one slip left now. And that's Sam Robson. Slip, backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Deep square and long leg are out of shot. Well, that looks pretty miserable over the back of the Warner stand. That might just slip across the south if the clouds move in the same direction they were going yesterday. End of the over. Maiden for Roland Jones. 5 maidens in 12 now, just 24 runs. Conceded by the Middlesex captain, 117 for 3.
Yeah, things looking pretty comfortable for that pair in the middle. Hammond and Bracey, that one chance. Loose drive, loose back foot cut. Found the edge, but apart from that, there's not a lot going on with the ball. Dark cloud just looming over Lords. Maybe you could just help with some movement through the air.
Width on that, and it's put away. Short boundary, down the slope. Once it's past that infield, there's not much chance for deep point unless it's very close to the fielder.
Yeah, wonderful shot. Again from James Bracey. He's now over 1,000 runs in Division 2 this season, and that's averaging just shy of 75 in red ball cricket. So he's been in fantastic form. Missed out in the first innings, but he's into the 40s now.
$113 more to win. 1-2-1 for 3.
Good again from Helm on the money.
Hooked away. Just a single. 2 for 3. Sun comes out at Lords. Prospects of Yorkshire and Sussex being promoted, brightening it with every run though. The Gloucestershire score here.
The cloud does look like it's just slipping south. That rain, there's definitely rain in that cloud. It looks a bit miserable over the Warner and behind the pavilion, but it does look like it's going to miss us, thankfully.
Just a single, Holman's out there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 3. Middlesex desperately need to make that for 5 very quickly.
What can that man produce? Toby Rowland-Jones, the pressure's on now. $111 to win. Rain just avoiding us at the moment. A dark cloud could just maybe bring a slight opportunity for Middlesex. Always makes things slightly more uncomfortable for batters when there's a dark cloud overhead. Can often assist the ball, just a bit of movement through the air, sometimes spices things up off the pitch as well. Things are looking a little bit more comfortable for Hammond and Bracey out in the middle. Middlesex have done well to not let them get away. That run rate below 3.5. Keeping the dots going. 3 dots from the first 3 balls of this. Rowland-Jones over. Nicely played. Hammond joining Bracey on 41. Gone really well, this pair in the middle. It made things look pretty comfortable. Day 4 surface, run chase, the pressure. It's not easy, but 2 classy left-handers in good form.
When the bowler goes to the other end, there's a plane flying through that. Too low. Probably be another one coming in a minute. Shorts, uppercut, and over. Holman chases. Just about going to flick it back in. They've taken 3. Hammond's on to 44. 128 for 3.
Partnership of 62 now. This pair. Coates, laughter in the crowd. Stuck at it, the spectators. Frustrating day yesterday, a little bit on and off with the weather, but this game's shaping up nicely. We should be in for an entertaining finish, but Middlesex in need of some wickets. There we go. Beautiful shot. You see a plane as well going into that rainstorm, which won't be fun for those on board, but beautiful view for us here from the media centre over the back of the pavilion. That rain cloud has missed us, thankfully. To the right is a little brighter. Blue skies, some fluffier clouds. Who did Middlesex turn to next? I think maybe this could be Helm's last of this spell, maybe one more after this. He's bowling really well. This ball has stopped moving, it seems. Pretty up and down. Comfortable for Bracey and Hammond. Henry Brooks bowled well as well this morning. Could be the option to turn to. They've got to get one of the spinners involved. Pick 2 of them in this game. One leg spinner, one off spinner. It's worth giving them the shot. Day 4 pitch often will turn.
Pitch is outside the line of leg. Middlesex have had a couple of big shouts in this innings, but that pitch is a long way outside the line of leg. Nine bowls, 130 for 3. A few nervy looks. Bit of pensive dressing room for Middlesex at the moment, pensive in the field for sure. Tough chase this. A chase in vain for Noel Cornwell. And there's a sub fielder. Bracey needs 4 for a 50. Hammond on 45 from 97. They've really slowed him down, but in the meantime, Bracey's picked up the pace. Oh, goodness me. Didn't look as though that bat was going to get down in time. It did. It brings a single. Leg side again, Middlesex desperately appealing now. Anything that wraps the pads, got to be worth going up for. They need a breakthrough, they need a little bit of help. Alan Jones asked the question of the umpire. There you go, pitching outside the line of leg.
Yeah, not too much going for that one, I don't think. And down leg as well. Tinkering with the field. Another fielder, Tom Helm, moves from offside into leg side, short mid wicket. 2 fielders in place there now. Just be trying to get Bracey and Hammond just chipping into the leg side. Maybe get one to stop a little bit in the surface. Beautiful fielding from Helm.
Bit of swing there for Alan Jones, just seemed to dip him through the air. 40 overs bowled, 136 for 3.
Yeah. See a change in bowling. I think this is the right call. Luke Holman into the attack from the pavilion ends. 98 to win now, just double figures for Gloucestershire. They've handled this chase really well so far, especially after losing that early wicket of Charlesworth. And when Bancroft fell, you felt there was going to be a difficult afternoon for the visitors, but Ollie Price stood firm for a little while again, and then this partnership of Miles Hammond and James Bracey have made things look pretty straightforward, to be honest. Middlesex in need of a wicket, desperate need of a wicket. Sussex and Yorkshire also winning, so Middlesex need to try and keep pace, and Luke Holman, the leg spinner, having a really good season. Such a strong blast campaign. Produce something in the red ball game. It's going to be bowling from the pavilion end, so leg spinners will be going back up the slope. He's going to start round the wicket to the left-handers. One slip in play. 3 fielders on the leg side in the ring. One deep square on both sides. How much turn can Luke Holman find? It's a big moment in the game, this.
Bunger first up, just be a single.
That's good from Holman, landing that one nicely. So short legs in play. Max Holden under the lid. Luke Holman get one to turn, find the inside edge. Bracey's bat. It's a good area. Getting playing into the leg side. He's going to be turning back up the slope, that leg spinner. It's going to be hard for him to really get one to rip. There's a little bit of turn there, just one from the over. Holman's first of this second innings. Gloucestershire 3, 137 for 3, 41 overs gone, and 97 runs to win. Middlesex turn to their trump card, Ryan Higgins. 2 wickets to start things off, Bancroft and Charlesworth LBW. 5 wickets in the game. He's done it so often with the bat for Middlesex. Having a wonderful season, past 1,000 runs. He's getting plenty of wickets as well.
There it goes from Hammonds. This will be his 50. Pops over the rope, and he's on to 51 from 100 deliveries. 6 fours, 1 6. Hammond raises his bat to Lords, to the home dressing room and around the ground, the away dressing room indeed, and around the ground. He's put his side well on the way here. It's a crucial victory for their season, a crucial and perhaps crunch victory in terms of Division 2 promotion race.
Yeah, well batted, Miles Hammond. He was out for 7 in the first innings. 28 years old. Drives again. He's well fielded. Get through for a single, but save 3 runs. They're in the covers. Josh DeCaries. Yeah, 28 years old, Miles Hammond. This is 27th first class 50. A mixed season with bat in hand. 157 scored a few weeks ago against Nottinghamshire.
A waft at that from Bracey.
It's just nipped away. Back up the slope, bit of bounce.
Second shot again, but only as far as mid-off, and Brooks, who may be unleashed soon as well. Try and get something going in this game. This is far from done. 92 more runs needed, but the longer this partnership goes on, the tougher this becomes for Middlesex, with the pressure that they're under. Bracey will keep the strike with a single. Gloucestershire 143 for 3.
Yeah, these two are pretty much even. Hammond got off to a really quick start. Beautiful shot dispatching Tom Helm for 6 early on in his innings. Middlesex then slowed him down, but he's batted beautifully to pass that 50. And James Bracey will be hoping to follow suit. 2 runs away. Failure in the first innings for Bracey. Second ball duck. Had a great game with the gloves. He's batting really well in the second innings. Shorter from Holman. He's bowling nicely here, landing them well. There's a bit of turn. Tends to really rip that googly. No getting past that. Maiden over for Luke Holman. No gap between bat and pad for James Bracey. Well played, but well bowled as well. Tension around the grounds. Again, just 2 more wickets here in Middlesex. Will still feel like they're just about favourites, 91 to win. It's going to take some doing still, this partnership. It's going really nicely for Gloucestershire. Credit to this pair.
Sure and up for Higgins. Middlesex worried about this over 8 as well. -4. Between Holman and Higgins, they'll be able to get that down pretty quickly. And back to his longer run up in the over as well, but a couple of deliveries rushed through. He's one of his old mates at Gloucestershire. then he bowls a beaut past the edge, a nod of the head from Hammond with the ball that moves up the slope.
Straight and back up the slope. Really well bowled from Higgins.
So we'll look again from behind. I'll see whether there was any swing in it at all for Higgins, or whether it was just off the surface. It might have just been a little bit of a late swing in it. I saw one from Roland Jones a little while ago. Would that be reversed with the Kookaburra?
End of the over. Gloucestershire 143 for 3.
Single. Leg spinner turning up the slope here. Of course, he's got a big spinning googly Holman, so that will be with the slope, but also he's bowling to two left-handers, so were he to come on from the nursery end, which would support his leg spinner more, be turning it into the pads of the left-handers. He'd have a short boundary on the leg side then. The leg spinner, but a little short, a little wide. This gives Hammond the room to rock back. Bracey back on strike on 49.
Josh Carey's getting warm up as well. Just backward point. Let's see a double spin approach. Keeping things tight here, Holman. It's not been a big shot in anger from either of these two yet.
It's a good sliding stop. Helm on the ropes. But it's a 50 for Bracey. 51. Or indeed 50. He didn't come back for the second. 50 from 80 deliveries. 8 fours. At the moment, this partnership's looking match winning. It's worth 80 for the fourth wicket. Now, I don't think Holman or Middlesex will mind that too much. It's darkened over a little here, one of the rain clouds, tail end of it, sweeping across Lords. The main body of the rain clouds have drifted to the south. Fortunately for the game, neither side really will want to lose any time at this stage. Although Gloucestershire do have all the time in the world to score these 87 runs. A minimum of 51 overs remain of this game.
Yep, great partnership. And another wonderful innings from James Bracey. 23rd first class 50 for the wicketkeeper. He's in wonderful form in County Championship this season. Driven nicely. Well fielded. It'll be a single. Yeah, Bracey, a man averaging 75 in Division 2. This season, past 1,000 runs in this knock of 50. 2 double centuries, 144. Vital part of this Gloucestershire side. Behind the stumps with the gloves on and also with bat in hand. Middlesex need a breakthrough. 86 to win.
Let's run away. No deep third, and it's going to go.
Yeah, he's played this deliberately as Bracey. Yeah, he has soft hands, just using the pace on the ball. Run it down, and that is raced away down to the pavilion for 4 more. It's becoming a man of the match performance, this from Bracey. Plenty of dismissals in the Gloucestershire innings. With the gloves, important run out. Jack Davis yesterday, direct hit, brilliant fielding from the keeper. Some good catches as well behind the stumps. Now runs with the bat.
End of the over, 152 for 3. Gloucestershire reach 154 for 5 at stumps on day 2 in this game. Resumed yesterday morning and went on to hit 309 for 9. And skittling Middlesex for 165 as the host looked to push on with the bat. Ended up collapsing. From a pretty good position, but fears of rain yesterday evening and again today. Perhaps getting to Middlesex. There's a no ball against Holman, overstepping at the pavilion end. 154 for 3 it is. Now in their second innings, a couple of wickets better off than they were at this stage in their first. Be bowling his heart out here, Luke Holman, as he always does. Going to need something brilliant from him to turn this. That's a decent ball, nice bit of flight.
Working hard here, Luke Holman, trying to find something. Saw Miles Hammond use his feet and come down the track last ball of Holman's previous over. Apart from that, they're not offering much, this pair in the middle.
Leg side, quicker ball, darted along. Edged, and away it goes, just one slip in place. They're going to come back for 3. So that one chance put down at slip by Robson off helm after the interval. Now Bracey with an edge through the vacant second slip. 77 to win.
Yeah, -4 on the over 8 Middlesex, which is something they're going to need to improve on, which might be a suggestion as to why we saw Higgins come off shorter run up. A couple of balls try and get through a few overs. Holman from one end. We've seen Josh DeCary's now coming on from the nursery end. So 2 spinners on, not only Middlesex trying to find something, get a bit of turn out this surface and find a wicket, but also that -4 over rate will need to be improved before the end of this innings. Josh DeCary's found a bit of turn before lunch. 3 overs he got through. There was a couple that just got the left-hander to stretch for and popped up in the air, but no fielder. Off spinner will be turning it away from the left-handers.
I think it's that over rate for sure, isn't it? But can they get through some cheap overs? 3.35 will frustrate a little Middlesex. It's as though they've had 4 slips in a gully in place the whole time, and there's been runs to be found here, there and everywhere.
Nicely played off the back foot. Van Bracey moves on to 55. 75 to win. Now for Gloucestershire. Sweep, hard sweep, executed brilliantly from Hammond. 4 more. It's a lovely shot. He is fit to the pitch of the ball, sweeping hard, and that is flown to the boundary. Picked the gap beautifully. Slightly premeditated and executed perfectly.
Carbon copy. Trouble here for Middlesex. Gloucestershire are well on their way. 67 to win, 167 for 3. Halfway stage of the final day, 48 overs bowled. Time is on Gloucestershire's side. Time is on the match's side. Middlesex will not be drawing this game. You wouldn't have thought, unless the heavens open out of nowhere now, but the forecast doesn't suggest that. It's now the 100 partnership between these two. 101, 174 balls. What do Middlesex do now? Use of the feet and a big use of the bat. Over mid on it goes for 4, just short of being a 6.
Yeah, putting their foot down now, Gloucestershire. Miles Hammond batted beautifully. Started his innings with good intent. Slowed down when that wicket of Ollie Price fell. And now he's past 50, he's racing along, back-to-back sweep shots against Josh DeCary's and now down the track to Luke Holman. Brilliant batting. That's going to run away as well. Chase is on, down to fine leg. Henry Brooks after it, he will just pull it in. They do turn for 3. Partnership is turned the game for Gloucestershire. 59 to win. Looks like Gloucestershire want to try and get this done as quickly as possible.
Well, these two in the middle and in the mood. In the swing of it as well now. Job to get over the line. We saw that Middlesex collapse. 8 wickets tumbling last night. No time whatsoever. Got to hope for something similar here. 175 for 3.
Yeah, you really have to credit this partnership. Two very classy batters out there in the middle. Experienced head of James Bracey and 28-year-old Miles Hammond as well. It'd be easy for Gloucestershire to fold under this. Eyes very much on finals day for Gloucestershire, so it'd be easy for them to just have their attentions fully on that. But a wonderful comeback yesterday. 8 for 42, that collapse last night. And now they're doing it with the bat. A run chase, never easy on a day 4 pitch. Chasing anything over 200 is always difficult. But this pair, Miles Hammond and James Bracey, have made things look pretty straightforward to this point.
Ushered for 4. It's a fabulous shot by Hammond. He moves to 78. 55 to win. Carries just a little short. Reports of lightning in the distance behind the media centre. This could be about to happen in a flash in the middle though for Gloucestershire. Although, that may change matters. Roland Jones holds on. Middlesex have a wicket. Goodness me, that will be a relief. It certainly offers some hope. 179 for 4. Roland Jones with the smiles. So too for De Carey's. Hammond, a fabulous innings. Could be, should be match winning. But it's going to give Middlesex a chance now. He's gone for 78. Top edging. Looking to do it in a rush. No rush in the skipper. Safe pair of hands. And a big smile. No doubt. Well, relief to begin. For Josh De Carey's as the catch is held. Hammond raises his bat. He should have done enough for his side, but as we saw with Middlesex last night, pressure can do funny things. 179 for 4.
And well batted, Miles Hammond. Wonderful knock, 78. 10 fours and a 6. Just started to put his foot down there as well. Wonderful innings. To put his side into a strong position, a winning position in this game. Maybe just had an eye on the weather as well. There's plenty of showers around us, heavy rain around us, but at the moment we're okay here at Lord's. Gloucestershire want to try and get this done quickly. A comfortable catch for Toby Roland-Jones and maybe just a life for Middlesex. Is that a way back into this game? Again, that collapse of 8 for 42 for Middlesex yesterday. They need a collapse of 6 for 54 to make things really exciting. Here at Lord's, the captain, Graham Van Buren, walks to the crease. Fell LBW to Ryan Higgins for 14. First time around, what approach does he have? Is he going to look to bat sensibly? Is he going to look to be positive from the start? A wonderful partnership comes to an end. Josh De Carey's picks up his first of the match.
Got a turn there. De Carey's over the wicket. Two Middlesex go back to Roland Jones with a new batter there. Oh wow, he's got him! He's got him! Can you believe it? De Carey's has 2 in the over. 179 for 5. Van Buren goes for a second ball duck. Wow, indeed. Wicket, dot ball, wicket for De Carey's, and all of a sudden Middlesex's promotion hopes are starting to kick again. Well, look at that, just slides on and through to the keeper. Van Buren doesn't like it. Was it the back pad? Did it clip? Did it make a little noise that convinced the umpire? Well, look at De Carey's. He was convinced. So was Davies. And crucially, so was umpire Baldwin. Look at this reaction. Given 2 in the over, and all of a sudden has this match just been blown open by Middlesex. 55 to win, 5 wickets standing. Gloucestershire 179 for 5.
Well. So there could be a collapse on the cards. Day 4 cricket, anything can happen. Josh De Carey's 2 in the over. Wunderbar. Middlesex back on. 55 to win still. Now it seems a long way away again. Really good take from Jack Davies behind the stumps. Graham Van Buren didn't like it. Didn't think that he had hit that. There was definitely a noise. Was it the bat? Was it the back pad? Trousers. Either way, the umpire giving it out. And that's given a further life for Middlesex. Just wedging that door open ever so slightly further. And brings Tom Price to the crease. Batted nicely in partnership with his brother in Gloucestershire's first innings, before being dismissed right at the start of the day yesterday. He's got a job to do. 55 to win for Gloucestershire, 5 wickets to win for Middlesex.
Nice bit of flight, met on the full though from Price. Bracey's still there. 55 runs, 5 wickets. Could say Bracey's the key, but Price had a decent little contribution in the first innings. Zaffer had a big contribution. He's in next, Actor as well with 30. Top scorer of the innings came from number 8, Zaffer. Dale, the number 10, Bailey didn't bat. But as pressure builds, which it surely will, unless Bracey starts to do this in a rush, then Middlesex will certainly have hope now through to the end, you would have thought. I'll just lift everybody in the team, including his fellow spinner Luke Holman. Right arm around to the left hand up. The googly will turn down the slope for Holman. There's a slip there. He's already had one edge which went out of the reach of Higgins. Does Middlesex consider a second slip at this point? The chatter's returned in the middle. The noise around the bat's increasing. Nerves in the Gloucestershire dressing room. Doubts maybe, nerves undoubtedly. But Yorkshire and Sussex fans who just a couple of overs ago would have been starting to look at the grounds they could be visiting in Division 1 next year. Of course, it wouldn't be done and dusted no matter what happens here. Now, turn there, back up the slope of the pad into the onside. But it would be difficult for Middlesex should they lose this one. Be out of their own hands. 2 away trips to come, one of them to Hove. That's good from Holman again. That is the googly, beautifully placed. defended by Bracey. 179 for 5, 51 bowled, 55 to win.
This game is hotted up. Maiden over from Luke Holman. James Bracey is the key now. He said, add 2 wickets to the scoreboard and the game looks very different.
That gets through, gives Roland Jones a chase down the hill. Skipper will have to slide, he does. Back for a couple. But he can't take the ball off to Carey's now, can he?
I just felt that they had to turn to the spinners, and it's worked. Carey's with 2 in that over. Holman from the other end, leg spinner can produce some magic. This game is well and truly on, still more than 50 runs needed.
Oh, where's that gone? Across in front of slip. Higgins retrieves it. This is tense. This is nervy for both sides. So much at stake in Division 2 as well. Keep everything tight as you can imagine at the top of the table if Middlesex can get the victory. Between 3 teams going for promotion. Now, that's swept in the air. And it's gone at deep mid-wicket, and Bracey falls now. Bracey's gone for 56. It's 182 for 6. And Middlesex are right back in this game. They are right back in the promotion race. 3 for 25 for De Carey's. Returning to the side. And the pressure in the chase is getting to Gloucestershire. This is quite the turn up for the books on this final afternoon. Isn't it always the way, though, with cricket? Isn't it always the way with county championship cricket? A twist, a turn, a moment of pressure and a moment of absolute delight for Josh De Carey's. A 3rd wicket for him. A massive spell this is. A massive wicket taken. Gloucestershire 182 for 6.
Oh, this incredible game. Twists and turns. Late into day 4, late into this game. God, it was all looking like a Gloucestershire victory 10 minutes ago. Josh De Carey's 3 wickets out of nowhere. That's a poor shot selection from James Bracey. You have to feel two deep fielders out there having just lost 2 wickets. Felt like he could have cleared the ropes, but straight down Tom Helm's throat. And Middlesex now, you have to say, back on as favourites. 3 wickets in the last couple of overs. 52 to win. As both the in-batters gone. Fantastic knock from James Bracey, but it's just let Middlesex grab a hold of this game. 52 to win, 4 wickets remaining. Zafar, the new man in. Batted brilliantly in the first innings. The Pakistani international, 86 runs scored. Akhtar in next, then Singh Dale, and then Archie Bailey on debut. This game is well and truly open.
Slip and a silly point. Nobody catching on the offside. The onside, sorry, as he backs up to that one. They might want to review that. Is the extra cover redundant at the moment? Wide shot, please, mate. Robson standing on that track. He's right behind the silly point. I have to imagine that It's worth sticking him in at short leg right now. Lovely bit of flight. It's amazing what confidence can do. Tails are up. Smiles are wide, and the sun is out at Lord's for one final time this season. Tea, of course, is set at 3:10, so we're 33 minutes away from the interval. An immovable feast on the final day. Now, the sun is shining at present, but as you'll have seen, for those of you watching for the last couple of hours, we've had all sorts drifting in and around, reports of lightning behind us. Distance is gloomy as well, and tea will have to be taken in 33 minutes, so there'll be a break for 20 minutes. 52 to win for Gloucestershire, 4 wickets for Middlesex. Here's Holman. And there's a single for Price. So another leg spinner for Holman to bowl to, but he's got a righty to bowl to as well now in Price. Zafar Gohar takes his guard. Such crucial runs, top scorer in the first innings for Gloucestershire. He enjoyed the spin in the first innings. How much is he going to enjoy it here? Slipping a short leg catching. Holman right onto the spot. First ball to Zafar. Drags that down a little. Top ball though. Zafar thought about the single. Holman did it off his own bowling. 51 to win. Where would you put your money on this right now? Akhtar, Bailey and Singdale to come. Bailey didn't bat in the first innings. They declared on 309 for 9. There's some sort of injury for Bailey. Bite in that, hit up towards the splice. Lovely bit of bowling here from Holman. Sliding this ball nicely to Zafar. Just a single off the over. 30 minutes to tea on the final day at Lord's. 51 for Gloucestershire to win. 4 wickets for Middlesex. 183 for 6.
Just felt like this day was going to come down to some sort of incredibly exciting conclusion. It's swung in the way of both teams throughout the 4 days. We've had weather interruptions. We could still have weather interruptions. And it's getting to crunch time now. 4 wickets to win, 51 to win. Just shows you this is the way the game has gone as well. 2 batters get in. Build a nice partnership. Make batting look really easy. Things get very flat in the field, and then suddenly a wicket brings 2. Said a little while ago that wickets have come in clusters in this game. It's been the off-spin of Josh Carey's that's triggered that. Again, a collapse of 8 for 42 yesterday for Middlesex.
Hint of drift there for De Carey's. I haven't seen much of that today. That's chipped. Silly short mid-on would have had some fun with that. That alleviates a little bit of pressure for Gloucestershire. The target, or the runs required, drops below 50. 47 more. It's a little bit of width from De Carey's, and Price has timed that well.
Yeah, that's a really nice shot. The gap's there to drive through, and Price executed that beautifully.
Wow. Right back on the stumps to defend that one, on one leg. 54 bowls, 187 for 6. Middlesex have only got the over 8 down to -3, which is a bit of a surprise with the 2 spinners on. That's another factor in all of this. Keep the spinners going for the moment. Guess if there's any sort of breakout from this partnership, then Roland Jones and Higgins might return pretty quickly to the attack. Higgins at slip at the moment, watching on. The slip fielder for the spinners for Middlesex. It's usually at 3rd or 4th. Or gully for the seamers. Oh, it gets through. Should just be stopped, and it is in terms of the boundary helm, but they've run 3 in the meantime. Zaffer's off the mark.
Yeah, right-hander now for Holman to bowl to. This is where his googly will come into play. Can he get it ragging back down the slope? Maybe a gap between Price's bat and pad that's going to be what he needs to be careful of.
Just a single. Regular slip fielder Sam Robson out there. Put down a chance at the start of the session off helm, and Bracey and Hammond were going well. Looked very costly at the time. Did push this score on, but the game is definitely alive now. And that's edgy. The toe end of the bat. Pick up a couple. 41 to win. 6 off the first 3 deliveries of the over. Gentle inquiry from Middlesex, but it's much just a bit of excitement about the turn and bounce there for Holman. Get a couple here. Umpire signals the leg by. Watching the release of the hand there from Holman. Very much front of the hand. He really pushed that through, hand behind it. Not quite an off break, but really out of the front of the hand. More so than the back. Backward point doing the fielding. Top ball to finish. 8 off the over with a couple of leg buys. 195 for 6. Just 39 for Gloucestershire now. 24 minutes to tea on the final day. There you go. 2:45. 10:30 starts in September. So tea on the final day rather than 3:40 fixed at 3:10.
Just wonder if Middlesex might look at going back to the seam from the pavilion end. De Carey's 3 wickets from the nursery will continue. Is this the opportunity for Roland Jones to come back into the attack?
It certainly has the feeling of a Roland Jones or Ryan Higgins special. At the moment, you have to wrestle the ball out of the hand of De Carey's from the nursery end, though. And that's why Price nearly lifting that into the onside. A couple of times now. Short mid on, short mid wicket. 2 that have gone up in the air for him. Going to be a change of sides here for short leg. Going to be a silly point instead. Right back and across to that. Amazing what a bit of confidence can do. It carries all of a sudden. Almost looking unplayable.
Yeah, De Carey's making things happen from this nursery end. It's finding a bit of turn.
A bit too much flight on that. Just a single though, sweeper set back. So one to the left-hander at the end of the over for the off-break bowler. Top ball to end the over. Now, is it Roland Jones from the pavilion end? He's rolled his arms over a couple of times. And he takes off his cap and his sweater. Hands it to the umpire and Roland Jones is back. 5 in the first innings. He's yet to get a breakthrough in this. He's in an incredible run of form. Take out Headingley. And the wickets return for Roland Jones. It's been pretty relentless. 1 for 34 from 14 in this innings though. 5 maidens, that's the key. It's that control that he'll want right now. Just keep putting this older ball on the spot on off stump. Don't leave the off stump, don't let them go anywhere. Slipping a gully in place, Roland Jones. Deep square back. So too long leg. Leg side. Leg side. Big appeal, but that's drifting down. Right arm over to the right hander. You can see a lot of middle and off. And the slope slipping from off to leg means it's drift down.
Yeah, this feels like the moment of the game. 38 to win. Roland Jones back into the attack. I think Josh De Carey's will continue from the nursery end. Roland Jones, Higgins, Brooks and Helm. 4 seamers. Let's go in rotation.
Use the feet there from Price. Having got trapped in his crease a little last ball. "20 minutes to tea, skipper." Imagine almost bowl through now, through to tea. Immediately after the interval as well, through to the death. Whatever it may be in this game. Now, the throw to the non-strikers then misses. I think it's Mark Stoneman, it is. Oh, Zafra had set off at the non-striker's end. He'd have been gone by a mile. They all know it. Here comes the throw. Zafra is long gone if that hits. He's getting a long way forward and across to that one again. 196 for 6. What a finish we're in for here. This partnership's worth 14 for the 7th wicket. 38 more needed. Novak to combat as well. He's in at number 9.
Oh, big chance. Stoneman had 3 stumps to aim at. Zafar was very much setting off for that single. He wasn't even a dive, and I think he would have been out if that was a direct hit. It was close. Just bounced over the top of the stumps.
And that will be a dot ball as well. Just waited to see if Roland Jones got a touch onto it, whether it was going to hit the stumps. But it's a maiden to return for Roland Jones. His 6th maiden in 15. 38 to win. 39 overs left. 196 for 6.
Will be De Carey's to continue from the nursery end then. It's a good decision, I think. He's got his side back into this game. 8 overs, 3 for 30, left-hander to bowl at.
A little bit of turn there for De Carey, just straightening on Zafar. Remember, the slope falls from off to leg stump with the bowling from the nursery end as De Carey's is. So looking to turn it against the slope. That's dug out the block hole. Deep mid wicket and deep square set in case Zafar goes for the big shot. That's a lovely ball. That's where I want to leave it to Carey's if you can. Coming out really nicely at the moment for De Carey's. Another dot ball. Every single ball on the spot. Very, very good. Maiden for De Carey's. His first maiden indeed. 3 for 30 from 9. 15 minutes to tea. 38 to win. 196 for 6. See the attire in the background. It's not that autumnal chill in the air despite the sunshine. Don't let it fool you. Temperatures dropping, single figures overnight and down as low as 5, I think I heard tonight. It's warming up out in the middle though. It's going to be another boundary. Forced through by Price. 200 up for Gloucestershire. 200 for 6. 34 to win.
Beautiful shot from Tom Price. Just a little straight from Ron Jones, but beautiful timing, picking the gap.
Short mid-on in place, as well as the orthodox mid-on. Could be a little wider maybe. Goes again, and this time they'll get a single mid-wicket. Getting fingertips to it. There's Brooks. Stoneman comes around behind him. 2-0-1 for 6. Yes, no. Knows the answer. Quite rightly. Slip under gully, crouching down. Roland Jones running in. Bowling leg side. That's beautifully clipped away. Really difficult chase this for Holman up the hill all the way to the Warner. The fielder will win it, but they'll get back for a third. 30 to win. Pendulum swings again.
Yeah, really nicely timed, that one from Zafar.
Back-to-back maidens prior to this. 8 off the first 4 balls of this over. All of a sudden it's back to Middlesex. They've got to get a wicket. Got to break this pairing. 22 put on for the 7th wicket. 30 to win. Silly mid-on, short mid-on back in place.
Timed nicely from Price. He's looked good. He's been positive since arriving at the crease. In a high pressure situation, those 3 wickets falling in 3 overs, 2 in 1 over for Josh De Carey's. Tom Price, 5 wickets with ball in hand in the first innings. Can he see his side home?
Dies. Down the slope. 9 off the over. 29 to win. 3 o'clock on the final day of this game. Weather's still a threat as well. 2:05 for 6 is the score. We're surrounded by rain clouds, but we've been incredibly lucky here at Lord's so far today. Will the luck hold for what remains? 37 overs remaining of the match. Tea imminent. Thickish edge from Price. We'll get a couple here. Carey's turns away in disgust. 27 to win.
Yeah, flowing back in favour of Gloucestershire now. 27. Price, 18 not out. Just easing the pressure a little bit. When those 3 wickets fell, you felt that was Middlesex back in it. They need another wicket or 2 now.
I do wonder, as well as Zafar played the spinners in the first innings, will Middlesex reach the point where they might have to throw it to Higgins at the nursery end. Lester Carey's could pull another rabbit out of the hat. 3 for 32 has just given Middlesex a chance here. They're in deep trouble. Hammond and Bracey going well. He got rid of both of them. And then Van Buren. As long as he's not going for any runs, then there will be a thought to just keep going. It's only the edge off the first ball of the over for Price that got those couple away. They've blocked off the backward point now. Bit of turn there again. A long way forward and across Price. Ready to smother any turn that there may be. It's a nice length. Really had to wait on that Price. Just the 2 off the over. 207 for 6. 36 remain of the match. A minimum of 27 to win.
Yeah, I think you're right. Kev could be worth a shout. Ryan Higgins maybe from the nursery end. Ronald Jones from the pavilion. The two that started it off with the new ball in hand. De Carey's has done his job. He's picked up 3 wickets and got Middlesex right back into this game, but the way Zafar played the spinners in the first innings is the higher chance of getting that wicket. Going to come from the seamer. Ronan Jones from the pavilion ends. Still going. He's got through 16 overs so far. Can he get in the wicket tally?
Into that offside. Wide shot, please, mate. Slip in a gully, deep backward point, 2 in the covers. Trying to block off the drive as they just did there. Mid off, mid on. Mid wicket and long leg out of shot. Tom Helm is it warming up down at deep backward point. So we could see a change imminently at the nursery end. Middlesex's death bowler in limited overs cricket, Tom Helm. Henry Brooks in the foreground. White ball bowler as well. Over 8 for Middlesex has just dropped down to 0. They do garner the victory. They won't want to be giving any to the over 8 deduction. Face, but only as far as cover. Ties again on the way through to Davies. Zafar leaving alone. It's a maiden last up for Roland Jones. Maiden prior to that for De Carey. So just those 2 runs off the start of the last De Carey's over. To speak of in what, the last 3.5, 3.4. Middlesex would have given for that 280, 300, which they were hoping for to set as a target. That would make them favourites right now, you'd suggest. At the moment, you'd probably just give it to Gloucestershire with this partnership going. Worth 25, they need 27 more to win. End of another maiden. 7th maiden in 17 for Roland Jones. 207 for 6. Gloucestershire.
I think be 1, maybe 2 more overs in before the tea break. We think tea will be taken at 3:10. So if Josh DeCaries gets through that one pretty quick, we might have time for another afterwards.
Through the covers, that'll be a boundary. Price moves to 22. 23 to win. DeCaries continuing. Helmer's been warming up, but the off-break bowler's given another one.
Yeah, lovely shot again from Tom Price. He's played a few of those, driving the off-spinner through the offside. Against the turn, but fantastic shot. .23 to win. Middlesex desperate need of a wicket.
Good stop. Brooks getting down. It's a long way down. Feels a long way back up right now, probably, for Brooks. Tense out there, nervous. Energy all around. Will there be one more chance? It's a nice little steer for a single from Zafar. Lightning in the distance. There was lightning behind us an hour or so ago. Lightning behind the Warner in the pavilion has been spotted. At the moment, that'll be far enough away not to trouble anybody other than us up here. Nobody else will see that in the ground. It's a nice ball from DeCaries from around the wicket. All of that's going to drift away to the south. Just a matter if it's got a little bit behind it that'll swing around this way, though. Low full toss, he gets away with it. Oh, and the throw comes in. They've taken the single to Roland Jones. I was focused on the fielder, not watching the batters, expecting them to go for that, but they do take a single, and it's 7 off the over. It's 20 to win. It's back to Roland Jones at the pavilion end, or is it indeed? It's back to Holman. Well, well, well. Roll of the dice from the skipper here, it feels. Holman none for 25 from his 8. The skipper none for 43 from 17 with 7 maidens. Oh, full bunger. Straight to extra cover and deploy. No ball called on height. Oh, that must have been tight. 18 to win. Nice from Holman on that occasion. That's a nice ball. A little bit of drift on it, a little bit of dip, a little bit of turn as well. 18 runs needed for Gloucestershire, 4 wickets for Middlesex. He's got it going now, Holman.
Question will be, will this be the tea interval after the end of this over, or will the umpires playing the extra half an hour?
Oh, that really has drifted again. Nice bit of flight. Full toss, and it gets through for 4. Another one slips out. 6 off the over. 13 to win for Gloucestershire. 2-2-1 for 6.
Disappointing for Holman. Last ball of the over. Full toss, easy to put away for Price.
And umpire has just radioed up to the scorer's box. So he's going to be delayed. With a victory in sight for Gloucestershire. 13 runs. Middlesex are going to need something very, very special now.
Yeah, credit to Tom Price. He's played this really well. 28 from 45. He's come in and made it look pretty comfortable in a high-pressure situation. And Gloucestershire just 13 runs away now.
Swept. Single out to Stoneman on the boundary rope. To win.
Can Middlesex produce something just to give them another chance? They need 2 wickets now, quickly. Price is playing this really nicely. He's respecting the good balls, putting away the bad ones. This is a big victory for Gloucestershire should they get there.
Seem to push that down a little quicker to Carey's. Price waiting on it. What an innings this has been. 28 from 49. Really good from Tom Price. It was his brother in the first innings. That went so well. Could be Tom that's match winning though. Top ball 20 over, just a single off it then. 2-2-1 for 6, 13 to win. 4 wickets left.
Looks like it will be Luke Holman again. This partnership's been brilliant. 39. Price 28 from 50. He's been positive. Zaffa been there for 30 deliveries for his 10 runs, but they've just played it really nicely. Not given too many chances away.
Big over this one. 6 off Holman's last with that no ball. Comes into the block hole, get through for the single. Oh, it gets through! Over the top of it goes Roland Jones. Single figures. Single figure now to win. 9 runs. Skipper had one grab at it. He didn't get it. Zaffa moves to 14. Gloucestershire have had a couple of hits away. short on that one, cut away for a single. Was warming up a few overs back, not given the go. Roland Jones hoping the lower order skied a few off the spinners, as indeed the set partnership did off to Carey's. That's slammed. How far? 4 runs, 4 more to win. Gloucestershire very nearly there.
Brilliant, Tom Price. Getting his rewards now. Played some beautiful shots. 32 he's moved on to. Beautiful slog sweep. Up and over. Just 1 hit away. 4 runs. A famous victory for the visitors.
Off the over, 4 to win, 4 wickets away Middlesex. A costly collapse yesterday evening. Coming back to haunt them now today. Been dragged it around so close at 182 for 6. Things were looking good again. Single taken. 3 to win.
Zafar try and end it this ball. Ball left in the over. Yeah, Gloucestershire have managed this run chase really well, bar that bit of panic in the middle there. But this partnership has seen them over the line.
Reverse sweep. Big appeal. Outside the line of off. Let's have a look. Plunged forward. How far across did he plunge? Plenty, far enough. 31 overs remain of the match, a minimum of, but 3 runs required for a Gloucestershire victory. 2-3-1 for 6. Middlesex only have 2 runs to play with, don't they? Otherwise it's a tie. 1 run, my apologies.
Yeah, I feel it's that collapse of 8 for 42 yesterday, which at the time, at the end of the day, you felt still had Middlesex's favourites, but you feel that's where this game has gone. They wanted another 50 runs.
It's Carey's 3 for 40. Nearly bowled Middlesex back into it. The clatter of Hammond, Van Buren and then Bracey. Single taken, 2 to win. 1 to tie. Four wickets in hand. Field look as though they're going to be brought up bar deep mid wicket. Almost fancy it would be worth bringing deep mid wicket up as well. Zafar does go for the big shot. This one's pushed back to Carey's, just about got fingertips to it, no run. Gloucestershire so close. Sussex and Yorkshire so close. They'll have made a major advance in this match now. Middlesex with a lot to do next week at Derbyshire and then at Hove in the final round. Yorkshire go to Glamorgan next, where Middlesex will hope the rain will intervene in Cardiff, while perhaps Middlesex do something at Derby. Up in the air, and there's the winning runs. Over square leg it goes. A 4-wicket victory here for Gloucestershire at Lords. It's a massive victory in the context of the season, in the context of the promotion race in Division 2. Celebrations on the Gloucestershire balcony. That's a fine chase. 234 on the final day against a team in Middlesex, and that man in particular in the centre of the shot there at the back, Toby Roland Jones, who'd have really fancied their chances today. Higgins as well. Roland Jones wicketless in this innings. You wouldn't have thought you'd said that. When Higgins picked up a couple of wickets early on, Bancroft and Charlesworth, things look good for Middlesex. They still look good at 182 for 6 when De Carey's fought back with 3 wickets late in the day. But Zafar Gohar with 19 hitting the winning runs, and Tom Price with a fine 34. Seeing Gloucestershire over the line. Middlesex lose ground. They lose second spot as well in the promotion race. That collapse yesterday evening has indeed cost them dearly. At that point, it felt as though they were about, well, with those 8 wickets standing, about 100 away from being in a match-winning position. A match-winning total to defend. But that collapse left them 50, 60 runs light, and so it's proved here as Gloucestershire wrap up a fine run chase to win by 4 wickets.
Yeah, congratulations to Gloucestershire. That'll feel really good for them. Just their second win of the season. Off the high of reaching finals day, they pick up a huge victory here at Lord's. Some standout performances. Ollie Price, Tom Price, Zafar Gohar, and then that partnership of Miles Hammond and James Bracey today. It's done the job. Disappointment for Middlesex, who are going to need to go to that next round and pick up victory and hope that Yorkshire drop some points. Middlesex now sit in third, Yorkshire second, and Sussex top of the league in this race for promotion back into Division 1. It ends here with Gloucestershire picking up victory by 4 wickets.
There we go. Middlesex 377. They'd have been pretty happy with that in the first innings. Jack Davies with a first-class best of 91. Tom Price 5 for 81, so perhaps fitting he was unbeaten at the end. Seeing that over the line. Roland Jones is 5 for 79, the best figures of the match. Zafar Gohar with 86, putting together that 309 for 9 declared in the end for Gloucestershire, which proved so crucial, getting them so close, and it put pressure on the Middlesex second innings then, because they felt time was running out as it is. We've got a session to spare in the game with Gloucestershire winning, but weather last night, the forecast for today troubled Middlesex. They tried to get on with it quickly. They tumbled to 165 all out. That Robson 50 from 54, nearly standalone. Fine effort from Bailey with the ball. And then, well, Hammond's 78 did so much of the damage. De Carey's nearly turning it with 3 late wickets at the end for Middlesex, but a very, very good 4-wicket win for Gloucestershire. So, to Derbyshire next week for Middlesex, and then to Hove, but eyes as well now on Cardiff, where Yorkshire will be heading to face Glamorgan in the next round. It's in Yorkshire's hands. It's in Sussex's hands. Middlesex are going to need a little bit of help from elsewhere if they are to return to Division 1 at the first attempt. Just looking at that live table, yeah, it's a fair old gap. Middlesex will take 6 points from the game, so they'll move to 164 points, which means they're 15 behind Yorkshire. They'll need the Yorkshire results at Glamorgan to go their way. Otherwise, it's all down to that final round where they will have a 36-point deficit as it currently stands on Sussex, and they travel to Hove the last round. Well, stay tuned for all of that to come. Don Ford, thanks very much for your company today and throughout the season. Thank you, Dan, as well. Director Dan at the back of the box and the rest of the stream team. That's it for another year at Lords for Middlesex, the live enhanced stream. Dom, thank you for your company wherever you've been tuned in today, throughout the match and across the season. Great to have you all with us. Sadly, we can't bring you a victory for Middlesex in the final game. Gloucestershire have won this last game of the season for Middlesex at Lords by 4 wickets, and it's a very goodbye from us all.